Good evening, everyone. I'd like to humbly acknowledge the land which you live, learn, work, and play is Treaty 8 territory, traditional lands of the Cree and Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis. For the record, we have Councillor Ball, Councillor Boussier, Councillor McGrath, and Councillor Doga joining us online. And Councillors, if you please have your video cameras turned on. If anyone in attendance wishes to address council on any of the agenda items, please register now at the Legislative Services desk located to my right, as I'll only be calling on those who have registered. Following your submission, please remain available for questions from council. You must register prior to the start of that agenda item, which you are speaking. Registered delegates are permitted up to 5 minutes to speak and must remain on topic. Before we adopt the agenda, does anyone wish to serve a notice of motion?
I do.
Okay, Councillor.
Thank you. I, Councillor Ball, serve notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for council's consideration at the July 9th, 2024 council meeting or a special meeting of council called by the chair. Whereas Procedure Bylaw number 18/020 outlines procedures for a councillor to make a motion introducing a new matter, and whereas a councillor may make a motion introducing a new matter if council passes a resolution dispensing with notice as outlined in section 114B. And whereas council should only dispense with notice in emergent or emergency situations where there is a unanimous agreement to do so. Therefore, be it resolved that administration bring forward an amendment to the procedure bylaw that adjusts section 114 to include unanimous consent as a requirement to dispense notice.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Any other councillor wish to serve notice of motion? Councillor McGrath. Councillor Boussier.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I, Councillor Lance Boussier, serve notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for council's consideration at the July 9th, 2024 council meeting or at a special meeting called by the chair. Whereas the municipality maintains and owns a number of assets, and whereas administration has brought forward the projection on the municipal assets and the costs associated with maintaining and operating them. Therefore, be it resolved that administration investigate the disposal/sale of municipal assets that are no longer in use or those assets that have low repurpose potential and bring forth a detailed disposal plan which may include options such as sale, donation, recycling, or other methods in regulation along with an asset management policy.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor McGrath. Councillor Boussier, do you want to repeat that motion? Your mic and camera were cutting out on us.
Can you hear me there?
If you could just repeat the last paragraph.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can now. Thanks.
Therefore, be it resolved that administration investigate disposal/sale of municipal assets that are no longer in use or those assets that have low repurpose potential and bring forward a detailed disposal plan which may include options such as sale, donation, recycling, or other appropriate disposal methods in alignment with all relevant policies and regulations along with an updated asset management policy.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Do we have Councillor McGrath online? Do you have any other notice of motion anyone wishes to serve? You're on mute, Councillor McGrath.
Okay, now, sorry, Mr. Mayor. I just got to go back to this page. I, Councillor Keith McGrath, serve notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for council's consideration at the July 9th, 2024 council meeting or at a special council meeting of council called by the chair. Whereas in March 2019, council approved bylaw number 19/005, the Integrity Commissioner bylaw, and that whereas on March 28th, 2023, Kenneth J. Warren Kesey was appointed by council as the Integrity Commissioner effective April 1st, 2023 to April 1st, 2025. Be resolved, the appointment of Kenneth J. Warren Kesey be revoked and subject to the legal obligations pursuant to such contract of appointment and obligations to be completed pursuant to Section 8 of the Integrity Commissioner bylaw, and the administration be directed to terminate the contracts for the services effective immediately. That administration be directed to open a public request for proposals for replacement Integrity Commissioner and bring forward all applications received to council for review and consideration. That administration complete its review the Integrity Commissioner bylaw as directed by council April 30th, 2024. And bring forward amendments in support of such review and to ensure, in addition to all other recommended amendments, that the Integrity Commissioner processes provide that the intake of complaints following such amendments are completed solely by council's new appointed Integrity Commissioner within a 90-day reporting timeframe.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. I don't see any other notice of motion. Can I have someone make a motion to adopt the agenda as presented? Councilor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the agenda be adopted as presented.
And thanks for the second, Councilor Weigel. I'll call for a vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? Councillor Stroud?
Yes, I plan on moving 6.4 and 6.5.
Thank you. Do you want to make the motion, Councillor Stroud? Oh, I turned your mic off, Jane. Go.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that the recommendations contained in items 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 6.6, and 6.7 be approved.
Thank you. And thank you for the second, Councillor Weigel. I'll call for a vote. Thank you. It's carried unanimously. Thank you. Then we'll 6.4 and 6.5 will now be considered on the agenda as numbers. Where are we at? 8 points. They'll be now 8.5 and 8.6. This evening, I'd like to address the National Injury Prevention Day proclamation, which reads as follows. Whereas this year marks the 8th annual National Injury Prevention Day in Canada. Whereas National Injury Prevention Day is an opportunity to raise awareness of the devastating effects of predictable and preventable injuries in the region. And whereas most injuries are preventable and predictable, and we all have a responsibility to help reduce and eliminate serious injuries at home, at work, in play, and on the road. Whereas injury the leading cause of death for Canadians under the age of 45, impacting families, friends, loved ones, and communities. And whereas the Regional Municipality of Buffalo recognizes and supports the work of people and organizations in the region dedicated to preventing injuries and promoting health, well-being, and safety. Now we'll move on to the public hearing for bylaw number 24/008, Land Use Bylaw Amendment for Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 232, 1444 in Draper. Before declaring the public hearing open, I'm going to have a quick overview of the process. I declare the public hearing open, followed by an introduction of the item by administration and questions of council. Following that, we'll be here from an opening statement from the applicant. Then we'll move on to written submissions and hear verbal submissions from speakers present, followed by questions of council. To conclude, we hear closing statements. Then the hearing will be declared closed. So I hereby declare the hearing open. I'd like to now invite Amanda Heides, Shut Chinook, and Nabil Malik, Plan Development Services, to provide an introduction and opening statement.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Amanda Heides, Director of Planning and Development Services, and with me this evening is Such Chanjiuk, Manager of Community Development Planning, and Nabil Malik, Senior Planner. We are here to present a land use bylaw map amendment for Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 232-1444 in the community of Draper. This property is currently split zoned, which means there are 2 zones on 1 parcel. This is because in 2023, 2 parcels were consolidated into 1 land parcel, creating a split zone situation. These zones include SH, Small Holdings District, and CR, Country Residential District. The SH Small Holdings District allows for large lot residential acreages, small-scale agricultural pursuits, and other compatible uses such as resort facilities and outdoor recreation facilities. The CR, Country Residential District, allows for multi-lot country residential subdivision and development. The applicant has requested to extend the SH Small Holdings District to the entire parcel to make the zoning consistent throughout the property. Having 2 zones on the same property limits development potential and creates ambiguity in terms of uses that can be allowed on that property. It also presents challenges for the Development Authority, which is Planning and Development Services, in rendering decisions for development proposals. One single district provides property owners with certainty and the ability to develop under the same regulations throughout the site. Planning and Development does not support split zoning on any parcel for any reason and has previously brought forward land use bylaw amendments to Council to remedy such situations. For Council's awareness, the property owner has submitted a development permit application for a resort facility on the subject property. This is a discretionary use in the Small Holdings District. If the land use bylaw amendment is approved this evening, this would allow the Development Authority to consider this development permit application. However, it is important to note that this development permit application is a separate process, not tied to this evening's presentation, and does not guarantee an approval by virtue of tonight's outcome. As part of the land use bylaw amendment, the municipality advised the applicant to undertake community engagement to solicit feedback on the proposed development. The applicant conducted engagement and submitted a report to the municipality indicating that feedback on the proposal was positive. In closing, we would like to remind Council that the land use bylaw amendment before you this evening is to create 1 consistent zoning for this property. If Council approves this amendment, it does not mean the development permit for a resort facility is automatically approved, as it must follow its own separate process. This concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted a little clarity on the zoning. So I understand that the proposed development, I get it's not part of this, is on the small holdings property right now, correct? Or zoning?
Through the chair to the question, that's correct.
Okay, so the only thing that divides it from being small holdings to country residential, is it the 250-meter elevation?
Through the chair to the question, that is correct.
Okay, so my next question is, can country residential be below 250?
Through the chair to Councillor Paul, there are no definitions in the land use bylaw that specifically say country residential cannot be under 250. We have country residential in other areas as well, and those areas are not below 250. Or are below 250. My apologies.
They are, but considering our flood elevation is 250.9, it's probably not something we would want to support moving forward.
Through the chair, we are proposing to zone the entire lot to small holdings. A major portion of the lot is in small holdings district. Small holdings also allows us to ask for a better form of studies, thorough studies for us to evaluate any kind of development. And therefore, we are proposing that the lot be rezoned or zoned entirely to small holdings rather than country residential.
No, I appreciate that. It's just what plan, and I totally agree with planning that should have one zoning for one lot. It just doesn't make sense to me that we would make it country residential. I know that's not your application or their application because it's below 250, and right now we're not supporting development below 250. So it would make perfect sense to me that it should all be small holdings. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Do you have any questions from council? Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Have we done a similar process like this before in the past?
Through the chair, yes. For other lots in the municipality that were split zoned, planning and development has brought forward amendments to rezone the entire property to one zoning. Okay. So yes, we have.
So this would not be setting a precedence?
Through the chair, no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Do you have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you. Next, we've been to opening comments from the applicant. I'd like to invite Kimberly Jean and Tessa Vesic, Jean Family Businesses.
Good evening, Your Worship and council members. Thank you for your time and for allowing us to speak tonight. My name is Kimberly Jean. I represent the applicant in this bylaw amendment and also the River's Edge facility, and this is my colleague, Tessa Vesic. Joining us in the gallery today are at least 22 people who are here in support of the land use bylaw amendment. And a number will also be speaking in support, which you'll hear shortly. Additionally, there were 39 written submissions in support of this bylaw amendment as well. Through the chair, I would like to thank all who are in attendance today. Whether in support or opposition, your voices have and will continue to be heard, helping support, helping to shape our proposal and our region as well. Today, we're excited to discuss, I don't know where our slideshow is, but, there we go. Today, we're excited to discuss our proposed land use bylaw amendment and our River's Edge project. The amendment will help us create a space that serves our community, supports local nonprofits, and enhances Fort McMurray's quality of life. As a family and as a business, we aim to create an opportunity for people to gather, celebrate, and make lasting memories in a region that we all love.
Our intention for this land use bylaw amendment is to enable us to provide a beautiful space that brings people back together after having been through so much. By offering more local options for family events, tourism, and outdoor recreation, we plan to do our part in building a stronger, better Fort McMurray for all. Through our extensive consultation process and in collaboration with nonprofits and local businesses, we are designing River's Edge to serve Fort McMurray residents while boosting tourism and stimulating the local economy. Travel Alberta is striving to double the tourism economy by 2035 and has identified the Wood Buffalo region as a future tourism hotspot. Our facility is poised to contribute significantly to this growth. Located alongside one of our region's greatest natural assets, the Clearwater River, the resort will showcase Fort McMurray's beauty and potential for tourism and recreation. Should we be successful in our applications, River's Edge will become a small family resort managed by a live-in property manager, utilizing a pre-existing building. The proposed facility will include 2 intimate event rooms, a large deck overlooking the Clearwater River, 4 luxury suites, picnic tables, playgrounds, and numerous opportunities for outdoor recreation, such as fishing, boating, and hiking.
In terms of River's Edge, we've received overwhelming feedback from Fort McMurray residents who are eager for an additional venue where they can host weddings and family events and a location for them to get outdoors. There are over 700 weddings per year in the area. According to a recent Travel Alberta report, 92% of our region's residents feel that community leaders should focus on developing more attractions and events. Additionally, 87% would welcome more visitors to our community, and 75% believe tourism is crucial to our region. The Land Use Bylaw amendment and intended use aligns with the community's desire for more recreational opportunities and a vibrant riverfront. These photos show the bedrooms as they are intended to be a 5-star luxury suite. We've designed them to provide comfortable and luxurious retreat for guests, featuring steam showers, standalone soaker tubs, bar fridges, coffee makers, king-size beds, etc. And here is just to help you to imagine enjoying the outdoors with your loved ones and hosting successful fundraisers for our nonprofits by the river, wedding ceremonies, one-of-a-kind Christmas parties, etc., as well as tour companies building itineraries for curious tourists, using River's Edge as a starting point for adventures in the north. Some of the photos on this slide are my memories on the property. Others showcase activities and events that would be possible for others to enjoy.
The subject property for this land use bylaw amendment is located just 10 minutes from downtown at the very end of Draper Road on a 120 acres of privately owned land. I've heard many visitors say that they feel like they are on vacation or out of town, yet it's only a short drive away from our city centre. The property is currently dual zoned as small holdings and country residential, and this is unusual and poses some challenges for administering permits. To simplify permitting processes, we are proposing a site-specific map amendment zoning our entire property to small holdings, and this will not impact other land use bylaws or uses in the area. Under the Small Holdings District, a resort facility is already a discretionary use by the Planning Commission. The definition of a resort facility includes guest accommodations and various recreational opportunities, aligning perfectly with our plans for River's Edge. Historically, Draper has been and continues to be a multi-use area, not just residential, as emphasized by the extensive list of permitted and discretionary uses shown on this slide. For the renovations that have been completed so far, we have all of the necessary permits and currently hold a residential occupancy permit. We are seeking a commercial commercial permit for River's Edge. This land use bylaw amendment and our intended use aligns with the current area structure plan, a bylaw dating back to January 2000, which considers golf courses, bed and breakfast establishments, resorts, and other private recreational developments as discretionary uses.
The RMWB strategic plan emphasizes economic diversification, growth, and development of amenities and infrastructure. If approved, our intended use will stimulate economic growth in the tourism and hospitality sectors, support local businesses, and provide new community amenities, which will attract and retain more families in our region. We believe this would be an important signal to investors and residents alike, demonstrating that Fort McMurray is continuing to grow and thrive, and that enterprise and value added is supported and encouraged.
This land use bylaw amendment and its intended use is in alignment with historical uses. Prior to the 1-in-100-year flood, our region was a champion of progress. Before our renovations began, 7880 Draper was a licensed home occupation welding and fabrication shop. The adjacent 117-acre parcel, now consolidated with 7880 Draper, had approvals for subdivisions into 30 residential lots.
The parcel to the northeast was a wilderness camp. And interestingly, in this letter on the screen, dated 1995, only 29 years ago, from RMWB records, the tourism operator complained that new residential properties were interfering with his business. The southeast parcel was a grazing lease supporting agricultural use. It is now vacant. These multi-use histories show that residential use in our area came after business and agriculture.
For information purposes, this map shows the surrounding properties and the distances from the proposed resort building to residential buildings in the area. The closest neighboring residence is more than half of a kilometer away, overland, or 0.8 kilometers by road. This distance ensures minimal impact on neighbors while providing an ideal location for the resort. Additionally, we have planted over 4,000 trees along the border of our property and will continue to plant more for noise reduction, privacy, and to enhance the natural beauty of the area.
To ensure that this land use bylaw amendment in River's Edge is community-oriented and will benefit everyone, we have completed one of the most extensive community consultations done by a private landowner in our region. We've engaged the community through online and in-person sessions, door knocking, social media, surveys, mail-outs, radio ads, and nonprofit focus group. We've even had a full-time consultation office, full-time, open to the public. We are listening and value all feedback we receive. The vast majority are supportive of this bylaw amendment and our project. Here are just some examples of various methods we've used to engage the community, including social media, posts, flyer mailouts, and door knockers. We ensured that every household in Draper was reached and informed in some manner multiple times. These images showcase our consultation sessions, including an open house barbecue, which was well attended, and it was great. It was a great opportunity to continue to get to know our neighbors and community members. We were able to gather valuable insight from the community at all of our sessions.
Through our engagement efforts, we received very positive responses. Through our engagement efforts, we received very positive responses. 229 online surveys were completed, with over 90% expressing interest in utilizing some aspect of our proposed facility, demonstrating community support. Interestingly, 92% of the respondents indicated that they currently leave town for events or recreation, representing a significant loss in economic opportunity within our community. This supports the need for venues such as River's Edge. In our door-to-door survey, 84% of Draper residents supported the development of the River's Edge Resort. The main concerns that we heard were traffic, safety, and privacy, which we are committed to addressing.
We would like to specify that all surveys received, whether positive or negative, were provided to the RMWB Planning and Development Department for review. Through our engagements, what we heard was the community expressing a desire for family activities, outdoor recreation, more affordable venue spaces, nonprofit partnerships, and various amenities. Concerns brought forward were specific to the intended use of the resort, not the land use bylaw amendment. Concerns about the resort included flood mitigation, traffic, and safety, which we intend to address through comprehensive planning and collaboration with local authorities. We're committed to listening, finding solutions, and mitigating concerns to ensure River's Edge is a community-oriented facility which can benefit all residents.
Tessa, you're quite over the limit for time. So if I can, maybe other things can come through questions.
My apologies, Your Worship. Our understanding was that we had a longer time
15 to 20 minutes, but that's okay. No worries.
Okay, we've never had that happen, so. But I just want to, I think you've done extensive engagement, so I just want to make sure that today's bylaw amendment is only to make the two properties under one land use. So we're not debating, or we're not making a decision today on any use going to be on the property. All today is just creating one fluid land use for the two properties.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. We just wanted to address in case there were questions about what would happen next. But yes, thanks for clarifying. I
Yeah, and I
appreciate
think,
that.
and everything you brought there forward will come forward when you make that permit application for that, and that'd be definitely useful when that comes forward, because as you mentioned, we did have 39 letters of support, and most of them were in support of the venue, not the actual, what we're here to, the public hearing for today. So I'll go to my council colleagues if they have any questions about this today. Does any councillor have any question? Councillor Cardinal?
Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Jean and Tessa. I know that you guys elaborated a little bit on safety measures, and traffic being one of them. Can you maybe explain a little better? I mean, a little more on what work was done to provide safety in the traffic? Thanks.
Sure. So in regard to safety measures, we have a dedicated property manager on site to mitigate sort of theft and unwanted behavior in the Draper area. Safety is our priority, and we understand our liabilities and responsibilities. So having a manager helps create a secure and welcoming environment for people that we have on our property. As far as traffic and noise, the closest neighbor is over 0.5 kilometers away, so we're working to minimize any impacts such as tree planting and implementing designated driver system in case. But as far as the land use bylaw, I don't think it proposes any traffic or noise concerns.
Thank you. How much different do you think it is than the start of Draper as to opposed to the end of Draper for traffic safety?
Well, there's all along Draper Road, it's paved now, which is fantastic. And the speed limit signs are very clear. There are crosswalks periodically throughout, especially down at the end of Draper Road. It's all 60 kilometers an hour. There's, slow down kids signage. So I think that as far as Draper Road safety goes is good. Yeah.
That's it. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, you're
Great
welcome.
job.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me an opportunity. Thank you very much, presenters. Very nice, excellent presentation. I have seen this place. It is extremely good on the riverside, away from the town. Surely, Jean's family, he has a great contribution to the community. Looked after Madam Frances Jean, God bless her. Looked after immigrants, boosted me a lot. And my question is only the little one that what Cardinal asked about the access. Do a municipality intend improving it, or it is in municipality purview or provincial purview? I think in bad weather it could be a little bad also. Thank you.
Councillor Dogar, you're referring to the access road to the property that's small holdings right now?
Access road from Draper to the site.
And you're asking who's responsible for it?
Yes, who is responsible, or do we intend
Thank you.
improving it or not?
Let Mr. Jean answer.
Through the chair, we would be responsible for maintaining any access to any buildings that we have on our property, and we intend to make sure that they are safe and well built.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions, any councillors? I'm not seeing any, so thank you. You both.
Thank you, everybody.
And written submissions, we do have 39 in favor. Is that correct?
Through the chair, noting for the record, we did receive one additional written submission. So we did receive 39 written submissions in support that have been included in council's public agenda package, pages 117 through 157. And just this evening, we received an additional letter of support, which was emailed to council as well as printed in hard copy format, which you should have in front of you.
Thank you. And do we have any registered delegates for verbal submission?
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor. Here's your list.
First, we have, I want to let everyone know before we do have an extensive list, probably the largest list we've ever had for any public hearing we've had. So I just want to reiterate to everyone here, if you're coming up and you agree with the person before you said, you don't need to go over it and say what they said again. You could just say you're opposed or you're in favor, and that would be sufficient. So the first person we have is Mr. Rodney Duffett. And a reminder, Rod, just say your name for the record and just have, yeah, just on the mic there, Rod, if you want to press the button in the center and just you have 5 minutes to present.
Okay. Hello, Council. My name is Rodney Duffett, and I am the owner of 7701 Draper Road. Purchased property in 2021, drawn by its serene location and secluded nature. However, this piece was shattered one day when I came home to find a dozer and an excavator stripping the trees right up to my property line. My once tranquil and hidden sanctuary is now exposed. The wind now howls through my property at a significant rate sometimes. The changing before the clear cutting and hill stripping. This raises serious concerns about whether any geotechnical studies were conducted to assess the impact of the hill stability and the safety of my home. I immediately contacted Brian to understand what was happening, as I have received no prior notification. Brian casually mentioned he was removing burnt trees from the property hillside. My concern was not just about the trees, but also the complete lack of topsoil now, making regrowth impossible. His response was dismissive. At least you can see the river now, he said to me. Over the next few days, they burned the trees, causing my home to be enveloped in smoke for 2 to 5 days without as much as an apology. Brian bought his property in 2018 or 2019. With just a trailer and a garage after the flood in 2020, he decided to transform his property into not into a mere home. Without consulting, at this time, the closest neighbors, Brian embarked on a grandiose plan to develop an event center, a hotel, a resort, a boat launch, aiming for a 2021 opening at this time. This was done without permits, without consulting Draper community, and without considering feasibility or flood mitigation. This is so-called event center and resort sits precariously in a floodplain with no infrastructure, no water supply, and no sewer system. Yet, Brian intends to host large events at this location, fundraisers and weddings. There are already 2 properly constructed boat launches on the Clearwater, which includes over 145 campsites, which would overwhelm our community. Means an endless stream of water trucks and septic trucks. This is not just about inconvenience, it's about significant safety, noise, environmental hazards to our community. Therefore, I strongly oppose Brian's rezoning application. I urge you to consider the severe impact on my property and our community. This development threatens the peace, safety, and integrity of our neighborhood. Please take our concerns and safety to protection of the community.
Thanks, Rodney. And can you give me your address again, Rod?
7701 Draper. I'm the next closest. They mentioned earlier that there was one at 0.56, if I remember the numbers. I am right on the hillside above this property, so I'm on the country resident side.
Okay. Thanks. And just for reaffirming again, today's not about an event center or anything, just about the land public hearing for land rezoning, and that will come later in the application. So you may want to come forward later as well.
Yeah.
Do we have any other questions for a presenter? Councillor Dogar.
Thank you. No, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Oh, okay, Councillor Cardinal, go ahead.
Thanks for your presentation. Through the chair, when you talk about geotechnical studies, how can you determine whether they weren't done or not? Did you ask the municipality if they were done? Okay.
Yes, I did, and I actually I went to go get a permit myself there earlier before the summer because I want to build a house because right now my property has a trailer on it. So I went there to get, just to see what I had to do, because I've never gotten a permit before. This is my first home, right? And I asked them about putting a house on the property, and I told them my area I wanted to do it in. And my lane that runs through one of my neighbor's properties had geotechnical surveys done on it. And I asked when I went for my permits, but I did not receive any permits yet because I didn't put in the application. But I asked about permits, and they did not tell me that there was any permits for anything.
Thanks,
especially for the hillside, right? Because most of this is on a hillside, right? And the property below me is already stripped, right? So I'm concerned about future movement of my property.
Thanks for that. I guess another follow-up question would be, without consulting, maybe can you clarify a little bit?
Yeah, like I didn't know that there was going to be stripping of the hillside. No one come to me said anything about this. I just come home one day to find excavators. Actually, there was dozers pushing up piles of trees. And then after a few days, they lit them on fire, and this was only nowhere from my house. And not once was I consulted about any of this.
Thanks for that. Another question I have is, if it is not your property and it is Mr. Jean's property, do you think that he has the consent to do that?
Oh yeah, see, I'm a firm believer you should be able to do what you want with your property, but you should be consulting, especially on a hillside. If this was flat plain, it would be a whole different story. Okay. And that's my thoughts on it for my property, right? Because we are on a hillside.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your concern.
Thank you.
Noted. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Do you have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Rodney.
Thank you.
Next, we have online Richard Sari. Are you online there, Richard? And we can go to the next person and come back. Michelle Hondo? Hi, Michelle. If you could just give your name when you sit and just a reminder you have 5 minutes to present and stay on topic. And just remain seated for questions from council, please.
Sure thing. My name's Michelle Hondel. If you just give me a moment, I'm going to sign in. I'm a resident of Draper since 2013, in which my property downtown was expropriated by the municipality.
Hello, I'm available. It's Richard.
Richard, just hold on. There's someone else presenting right now. I'll call you after.
Okay.
Sounds good. Good evening, Mayor, Council, Mayor Bowman and Council. I oppose Bylaw 24-008 to redirect Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 232-1444 to Small Holdings District only. Council's strategic plan of 2022 to 2025 states that the RMWB is to deliver a pro-business environment for businesses with attention to excellence in customer service, and in brackets, meaning red tape reduction. After the 2020 flood, 7880 Draper Road was purchased and work immediately progressed on the flood damaged home and property. Every permit that is on record of being approved is for residential new single detached. It was clear to residents of Draper that the property was not being renovated as a home, but to a commercial business with the name of Rivers Edge Event Center and Resort. This was posted on social media with an opening date of summer of 2021. The house plans submitted for a building permit by the owner show the main floor of the home with a rec room, den, bar, utility, and playroom. This permit is for a residential building for single detached dwelling. In the supporting documents, a report from an engineering firm supplied an engineered floor plan. Title of the document, Draper's Rivers Edge Project. An electrical permit was approved in May of 2022 for an 800 amp service to be installed. I spoke with a local master electrician and asked in what circumstance would a home need 800 amps. There is none. Most homes, residential homes, require only 1 to 200 amp service. A commercial building typically takes only 200 to 400 amp service. A final inspection report for a residential electrical single detached dated July 7th of 2022 clearly states under the report heading, rough-in for bed and breakfast. Same final inspection, but listed under the observations, inspected areas where banquet hall and emergency lights and exit signs have been installed. A final inspection report for residential electrical single detached on September 19th, 2023 clearly states line items 13 and 14 as ballroom, needing attention. A gas permit issued in August of 2023 states a penalty issued for construction without a permit. It is clearly evident that there is no plan to renovate the property as a residence, but as a commercial property intent to serve up to 200 guests. And this is as advertised in the River's Edge Resort Frequently Asked Questions fact sheet. I ask of Council, is the reduction of red tape in the strategic plan means a green light to planning and development to ignore obvious discrepancies in the issuing of permits and for inspection of the work to be done? There is no development permit issued for 7880 Draper Road to be a bed and breakfast. Section 54.3 of the Land Use Bylaw states that the operator of the bed and breakfast establishment must be a permanent resident of the single detached dwelling. Bed and breakfast means a secondary commercial use of a single detached dwelling. The property owners have always had the goal from time of purchase to open an event center that will hold up to 200 guests. Our councillors are aware that this is already operational. Events are being held on the property as we speak and have had over the last year. Our councillors are also aware that this facility, with 4 full ensuite bathrooms as well as a fire suppression system, is supplied by city water. That means Draper residents are actually in a line in queue in order to get water for our own homes. I'm here tonight to ask administration and council, with all the evidence I've presented, why would council consider the amendment when the owner has shown clear disregard for the permitting process and for the land use bylaw? And now the property owners have applied for a development permit already for a resort facility when the amendment has not even been approved.
Sorry, Michelle, that's 5 minutes if you
I
take
have
questions.
3 sentences left and I should be entitled to continue
If
on,
you
sir.
can, sure,
Thank
go ahead.
you. The pattern of moving forward with disregard to permission is continuing. The land has fully been cleared in anticipation for construction. Draper is primarily country residential. Residents have chosen to build homes or purchase existing homes and acreages because of the peace and the quality of life that we chose. The RMWB is complicit in taking that away by willfully ignoring the renovations to this event facility. This is a familiar theme. Is the vision of council and the strategic plan to allow businesses to take precedence over the residents for the sake of a local economy? I'd like to summarize by asking some questions of our Chief Operating Officer, please. Administration.
Sorry, I have to, Michelle, I'm going to give you a chance to get council to ask you questions now.
Okay.
We're about over a minute over. Okay. Council, do you have any questions for the presenter? Which property do you live on in Draper?
I am 5747.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. Do we have any questions from council? Councilor No?
Thanks for your presentation, Michelle, to the chair, to the presenter. So I'm hearing that proper protocol is not followed. Is that what I'm getting from this?
I have spent 6 hours yesterday with a file that was delivered to me via email from Planning and Development stating all the permits that were pulled for the property of 7880 Draper Road. In all those permits, it starts out as a single detached dwelling, a residence. And there are notes supplied by the inspectors, various inspectors, that clearly state the owner has multiple times discussed the residence as moving forward as an event facility. I clearly understand that this is about the proposed amendment. What I'm trying to prove to council is that the ownership of the land of the house has clearly not followed any of the land use bylaw or of our permitting. So why would you think that he's going to do so with the proposed amendment and his resort facility?
I didn't even know myself that this was happening, so I would like to read a little more on the land permits, the permits that we're going through or possibly going through. But I would like to take the time to be able to read that and follow up with you in person. I think it's important that everybody follows the rules like everybody else does in this community. I know that I have to, and it's unfortunate that what you're presenting to us right now is, in light and in front of us, council here today, and I appreciate you taking the time to be able to present to us with that, and I make sure that I will follow up with you and for your submissions that you made today, and try to hold our community members accountable, as well as our administration. I appreciate you taking the time today, and I look forward to talking to you again. Thank you for your presentation.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Dogar, you have a question?
Yes, thank you very much. I agree, what the lady has given the points. What is the opinion of the administration on this? Have they listened this from her before or not?
Right now, Councilor Dogar, right now, it's just questions to the presenter. If you have a question for the administration, there'll be a section later. You'll be able to ask other questions of administration if you want to hold those questions.
Okay.
Do you have a question for the presenter? Do we have any other questions for the presenter? Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for your presentation. Could you please confirm if during the public engagement, if you were approached by the owner or their representative?
Yes, I was. The owner was definitely correct in the multiple engagements in which they did present to Draper residents. The majority of the public that actually approved are not Draper residents. I can pretty much certainly say that. I refused to fill out their survey, as it is not my belief that someone who is applying for any type of permit or amendment should have that information. That should be up to the council, planning and development, to come to me as a resident and ask me whether or not what my opinion is. But yes, I did attend an open house in which already the event facility was already being advertised as an event facility, and there were several people there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Bajoko. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Michelle.
Am I allowed to ask questions of regarding this amendment?
Usually not during a public hearing, you're not.
Even though it's directly about the amendment itself?
Well, most of what you've asked already wasn't directly about the amendment.
It actually leads to showing that the ownership is not following any of the municipal bylaws or land use permit. I feel I should be able to ask these questions.
Maybe we'll have a time after when we get through this, but right now in the first reading, we need to get through. About 36 people have to present here.
Understood. Thank you.
And just a reminder to everyone presenting, what we're actually here to, the land use bylaw amendment today on this public hearing is just about making this property it's to put anything on there or do anything, it'd be another permit we required. We're not approving any event center or anything today. That's not what we're here for today. Just to reiterate to everyone, that's not why we're here. So if you're coming up to, and that's your opposed or for this event center, there'll be a later time when you might want to save your words. Richard, are you online now?
Yes, I am.
Okay, just for the record, Richard, if you could just say your full name and you'll have 5 minutes to present. If you could remain online for questions afterwards, please.
Yes. Well, good evening, your worship and councillors. My name is Richard Sari. I was born and raised in Fort McMurray, and I've been involved in community development, infrastructure, innovation for many years. I love this region and support this land use bylaw amendment for a variety of reasons. First, I believe in what this family is trying to do for the community, and this bylaw amendment will help in that process. There's a real need for more outdoor gathering spaces for everything from weddings to family gatherings to multicultural events, and this facility can help fill that gap. Second, I grew up playing and exploring on the Clearwater River, but many aren't that lucky. Kids and families in our region can benefit hugely by spending time getting to know our natural landscape. In my opinion, one of the keys to ensuring great people and families come here and stay here is to provide places where they can gather in a safe and positive environment. Finally, one of the keys to ensuring people care for our natural environment and protecting our rivers is to make sure they get to know it and spend time there. This property is set out to provide responsible access to the Clearwater and the surrounding lands and to provide much needed additional gathering space. For these reasons, I am strongly in support. I must also mention that the Jean family had multiple businesses in Fort McMurray for a few generations, and they have ethics, morals, and integrity, and have been highly successful people and add value in every business that they've had in our community, and that needs to be heard and understood as well. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Richard. Does council have any questions? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Next, we have James Hiltz. So, James, just want to say your name for the record.
James Hiltz.
And you have 5 minutes to present. If you could remain on topic, and if you remain seated afterwards for questions, please.
Very good. I am a resident of 5349 Draper Road. As this is solely for the proposed amendment, I am opposed for the same reasons that Mrs. Hondel is. I'll save my words for the development at a later date.
Thank you, James. Do you have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing this, so thank you very much, James. Robert Parmenter? I know everybody knows who you are here, but if you could say your name for the record and just your 5 minutes to present and remain on topic, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Robert Parmenter, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight in support of the amendment of the 8.1 public hearing tonight for the bylaw amendment to change from 2 to 1, and in support of that. I have been a resident of Fort McMurray since 1983, so 41 years, and lived in different areas in the city. Unfortunately, everybody can't live in the one area, but I believe that we're all here to make Fort McMurray a better place than it was and can be in the future. I've been here for 41 years, as I said, made it my home, raised my family here, and I'm thankful for Fort McMurray and the pioneers that has made it to what it is so far today, and the Aboriginal aspect as well. Over the last years, I've heard time and time again that what can we do to make Fort McMurray a more attractive place for people to come and to visit. This is an awesome opportunity that we have right in front of us, a beautiful place that is called River's Edge. And it means a lot to so many people in our community as well that I think will just go and spend time down there to sit by the river and enjoy the amenities that they will provide. To have a place like River's Edge, to be able to provide a space away from town, but yet close enough that people can travel into town to get what they need is a plus and an attraction. So in addition to a community benefiting, people will experience the beauty and the tranquility of the area and be able to have a great time with family and friends. As a longtime resident of Fort McMurray, I've in the past tried to find a venue to host certain events, only to be told they are all booked up. This venue will help in this area. It will not alleviate the problem, but it will definitely help as another place available. Even, Mr. Mayor, you and council can go and have a retreat there, just away from the hustle and bustle of this town, just a few minutes away. This venue is a beautiful place to come together for a destination wedding, and believe it or not, people will come when they see the beauty of this area. And I know this tonight is just in reference to the bylaw, and I support 100% this bylaw change. Other events like anniversary celebrations, kid birthday parties, and retirement parties, Christmas and Easter events will love this place, and it will enhance the community as a whole, which is what we're here to do. I am speaking in support as I think this is something that is needed in our community, and we need more of these events. As a business owner as well, we have tried to find venues in this community to host such items as a celebration of life, a memorial service, even a traditional funeral, only to be turned away and because people are not available and they want to do something other than a church setting, which is not what everyone wants. And it's again difficult to find such a place. This will be another place that can host something like that. I took my wife for a drive down Draper Road the other night, and I commend those who were involved in getting the road down there. It's a beautiful road. It's a beautiful area to go down for a drive, just minutes away from the city. I was, however, a little distracted by a couple of quads that were driving towards us up the highway in Draper, which I didn't think was appropriate, but again, it was a beautiful area to go and visit. To me, this is very similar to the Shadu Bay that we have just a few blocks away from us, but a place that is away from the city, and they are putting everything in place to mitigate any noise and anything that will accommodate or affect the people around them. So in summary, you want places that will enhance Fort McMurray, and this is one of those places, and I give my full support to the change in the bylaw for River's Edge to move forward sooner than later and to approve this bylaw. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Bowman and Council, for the opportunity to speak and able to support yet another person that has given so much to this community in the city of Fort McMurray. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, sir. Next, I have Amber Fort. Have you just say your name when you're seated, Amber, and you have 5 minutes to present, and just remain seated for questions after, please.
My name is Amber Fort. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am here today to support the amendment to the bylaw for the land use for River's Edge. I've had the privilege of touring the facility on 2 different occasions, once during a community engagement event and again with a group of leaders from the nonprofit sector. These visits provided me with a good understanding of the significant benefit how crucial these facilities could be for the flexibility of River's Edge sets it apart from other venues. Typically, when renting a space for events, there is a requirement to purchase catering services from the venue's preferred providers. This can significantly increase costs, making it difficult for organizations to stay within budget. At River's Edge, however, event hosts can bring their own food and beverage. This flexibility will result in substantial cost savings, making it more accessible for everyone in our community to host events. The potential impact of River's Edge extends beyond just providing a venue. It will be a catalyst for community cohesion and engagement. By offering an affordable and attractive space for events, it will encourage more frequent gatherings, strengthening the bonds between residents. This facility will become a central hub for community life, fostering a sense of belonging and shared identity. River's Edge represents an opportunity to significantly enhance the social, cultural, and economic fabric of Fort McMurray. It addresses a clear need for more community gathering spaces, offers crucial support to not-for-profits, and provides a flexible, cost-effective venue option for residents. This facility will be an excellent addition to our community, promoting family and community values that are at the heart of Fort McMurray.
Thank you, Amber. Do we have any questions for the presenter? Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks for the presentation through the chair to Amber. Appreciate you taking the time to present. I know you explained a little bit about nonprofit, not-for-profit, nonprofit, and the discount. Is that just is that in writing, or is that just from communications with the facility?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, this was brought to our attention at the event with the United Way. So there was about, I think, 10 agencies, I would say, that were present, and it was on a pamphlet that was given to us, or a paper.
Thank you. I'll ask United Way if they're here for the next. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Do we have any other questions? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Amber. And just to reiterate to everyone, today's land use bylaw amendment we're talking about isn't giving as I said before, is not giving a permit for an event center. I know we've heard against it, we've heard for it, which I really appreciate, but you may want to save that for when there's an event permit applied for. Right now, we're just talking about a land use amendment for these two properties to make one parcel of land, two parcels of land, sorry, by the same owner under the same land use. So next we have Julietta Miranda. Hi, Julietta. If you just give your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, just if you could remain seated for questions afterwards, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Bowman and Council. My name is Juliette Miranda, and I'm a proud resident of Fort McMurray and a local business owner. I'm here to express my support for the land use bylaw amendment because I'd like to see this facility become a reality. We have heard a lot about the nonprofit discount, which is very important, how the facility will be used, but I will, in the interest of time, kind of skip to just one point that I'd like to make, that as a business owner in our community, I recognize the time, money, and forward thinking it takes to bring something to fruition, and that I believe that River's Edge is a one-of-a-kind opportunity for our community. And I urge you to support the amendment and allow us to move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Julietta, do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thanks.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Shane Kidd. And Shane, if you could just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present. If you can remain seated, please.
My name is Shane Kidd, and a local resident for 50 years. Thanks for having me. It all leads up. If we go with let's support or let's not support, if we support it, then it'd be the next step, and the next step will be the event center. I'm all for it. Love it. But when you go out for a walk on that little quiet road, Draper Road, with your dog, your child, your grandchild, what do you think's coming down the road? Cars. How many cars? Not sure. trucks, all this other stuff. So as a person that lives there and lived there for, I don't know, 18 years in Draper, always wanted to live there, but my concern is the municipality going to build sidewalks? Because if people are going down there camping or an event center and the event and all the fun is happening and they go for a walk with their kids or their grandchildren, where are they walking? On Draper Road. Where are we walking? On Draper Road. I don't think I have to say very much more about it. If the municipality is going to say, okay, well, let's go with the step. I'll say I'm all for it, or I'm in agreements with it. Sure. And then we're going to go to the next step, which will be let's develop something, and the development will go on, which I'm all for. But if we're going to develop it, let's do it right. So if people are going to be walking on that road, if people are going to be down there doing their celebrating or their event, whatever it might be, there's going to be extra traffic, which we need it. We need this for the town. There's a lot of things that we need to do, and this I think is a good thing, but we need to do it right. So I'll just follow it along, and I'll just say what I have to say as it goes on. If I was to say what this gentleman just said a few minutes ago about some quads on the road, well, that's lack of the municipality not fixing the trail. And then the quads would not be on the road. But let's not go there, because we're not talking about that. We're talking about the road, and we're talking about a development that might be coming down the road. He's going through his steps to do that development. This is the first step. And I'll say I agree to it. But the next step, be sure that I'll be back and I'll be talking about the road. Because if we're going to introduce all these people, and we have people that live down there now walking their grandchildren, what do you think they're looking at when the teenagers are driving around in this town? They got nowhere to drive to. Where do they go? The back roads. Where's the back roads in Fort McMurray? There is none. Very few. 3. I can name them. I've been here all my life. Go down there. Go take a little drive. Look at the black marks on the road. Where's those black marks from? Hot cars spinning their tires because they got nowhere to go. So I'm saying if we're going to do it, let's do it right. I don't think I'm doing the wrong thing. Some people think I'm doing the wrong thing by saying I'm in favor of it, because I am in favor of it. We need it. This town, it's a shame that Dunvegan Gardens is gone, and I was all for that too. And there probably would have been proper procedures put in place for that to go ahead, which weren't done. And we needed to collectively get together as a community and deal with that. We didn't. So he's gone now. So this is another opportunity for Fort McMurray to have that would be a really good thing, but we got to do it right. And who's going to pay for it? I don't know, but I'll help. And I'll even help fill those holes in for those quads to stay off the friggin' road if somebody gets a permit or go ahead, or something's got to happen here. How many more years are we going to go on that one? I don't drive a quad on the road, don't get me wrong. And I drive down the road and I watch what's going on. But it all takes time, and it all takes, but I think it would be nice if we pay attention to detail here, and some of the detail is being left behind, so we'll wait for a quadrant to get run over before we address that, and we'll wait for somebody to get run over before we address the sidewalks. I think I should stop now. Anyways.
Thanks, Shane. Do you have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, but with trails, I am working with the province, so
I apologize.
I got
if you need a hand,
okay.
I'll help along.
I just want to let you know. I know
I'm with you guys.
Before you head out there and start fixing them, I just want to let you know. I know you well enough.
Thank you very much,
Okay,
everybody.
Thanks, Shane. Next, we have Tammy McGlennon. No. Mila Byron. If you just say your name for the record, Mila, and just you have 5 minutes to present, and just remain on topic, please.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Mila Byron, and I am in support of this bylaw amendment for the reasons stated by administration in their presentation, and as further considered by Councillor Ball. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mila. Do you have any questions? 1 second, just in case. Do you have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Kyla Penner. Hey, Kyle, again, if you could just say your name for the record and just have 5 minutes to present. If you could remain on topic and remain seated for questions, please.
My name is Kyla Penner. I am an entrepreneur and owner of multiple not-for-profits in the community. As an entrepreneur who has experienced extreme adversity due to inconsistencies in land use bylaws and zoning, I understand the importance of cohesive land use bylaws and zoning on properties, particularly with the same ownership. With that, I am in support.
Thanks, Kyla. Do you have any other questions for Kyla? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Kyla. Robbie Picard. Will you say your name for the record, Robbie?
Hi, I'm Robbie Picard. I support this, but I also feel for the residents of Draper. I think the residents of Draper have been through like ups and downs, but 2 points I want to make. Brian has been through hell with that property. It's flooded, and it's his money and his property. And if he wants to invest to add some stuff to the region, he should be able to combine the two properties and get a use that makes sense. We talk about tourism all the time. There's really very little tourism activation in our community. This could be a tourism activation committee or a thing to spur tourism that's actually you can make a phone call and get a booking, which is something we lack. I also worry, I remember a few years back, I mean, the place was such a jungle over an Easter egg hunt. I mean, it was, if you look back at it now, it was kind of comical. We have to get our bylaws and land use in motion so they actually make sense so people want to invest in this community. You have a guy, and personally, I think like if I was Brian, I'd put a big hotel on a property like that. I mean, this is a small thing. It's not that big of a deal. He wants to reinvest in the community. It's his land, his property. This should be a lot easier than this is to do business in Fort McMurray. It seems like every time we try to do something new, there's always a big production and all kinds of stuff. And I believe it's because our tax base is 95% because of industry. So we don't have the same need for revenue like Sylvan Lake. I can tell you so many lake properties south of here that they would be begging for this type of activity to keep the economy going. So I think we need to get in check and be more pro-business. At the same time, a lot of work needs to go into Draper to make those residents whole because they've had a lot of hell. But I liked Dunvegan Gardens. I thought it was great. I missed that place a lot. I used to go hang out with the goats. We need stuff like that in this community. But I'd make the argument is this is a small investment. This is very, very, but it brings up the quality of life. We need way more of this and less giant arenas. We need business owners to reinvest. So I support this 100%. It's Brian's money, Brian's property, and I think we should give him a shot to make this happen. And this is a simple request to take two properties, make them into one in an area that not a lot of people are going to want to invest in.
Thanks, Robbie. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Rob.
Thank you.
Next, Monique Gauthier. And Monique, if you just say your name for the record.
Pressing the right thing? Yeah. Okay. My name is Monique Gauthier, and I'd like, okay. And I'm short, vertically challenged, so sorry about that. And I'd like to speak in support of Bylaw Amendment 24008. I had a huge thing prepared in support of the River's Edge project, but I'm going to save that for another time, obviously, now. But I'd like to say that pretty much the same as the last couple of speakers. I think that we need to manage these things better so that we have less issues with people who need to keep their properties safe and accessible and without having them to worry about them falling into the river or falling into the road, but also providing opportunity for people to grow this community, especially when they offer their own personal funds to do it. So I think that's the gist of it, and I'd like to thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council?
No. Good.
I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Monique. Amanda Gergley. And if you have your name for the record and you have 5 minutes to present, just remain seated for questions after, please. You're on. Yep.
Thank you. My name is Amanda Gergley, and I'm a local business owner downtown for the past 14 years, and I support the land use bylaw amendment.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council? Not seeing any. Thank you, Amanda. Tyler Cooper. So again, Tyler, just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present. Just remain on topic and just remain seated for questions after, please. You're good.
Hi, my name's Tyler Cooper. I'm a local resident down in Draper. My address is 6552, and I do not support the bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Tyler. Do you have any questions from council? Councilor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Why not?
The other day, I just took a drive down. We knew this was happening for a while, and I took a drive down there, and after speaking with my neighbor, Rodney, and what's going down, his whole house is sliding into the Clearwater right now. It's bad. If you guys go and take a drive down there, it looks like a strip mine.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any more. Thank you, Tyler. Elliot Pierre. Hey, Elliot. If you just say your name for the record, I think everybody knows who you are, and you have 5 minutes to present. Just remain seated and remain on topic.
Perfect. Thank you very much. First off, want to thank all you guys for being here. It's got to be nerve-wracking to go through all this. And big shout out to everybody behind me. I'm nervous, really nervous right now. And so I can only imagine how you guys felt when you were up here. So for me, I'm in support. And I'm not going to go into like the actual event center itself because like I'm for that, especially as somebody who throws events. Big shout out this Canada Day if you're down at Borealis Park. Saturday during the fireworks, we'll be playing some music. It'll be great. But for years, I'm born and raised here, and I used to work in industry, and now I don't. But I'm constantly flying people in this community to show off how great Fort McMurray is. And there's a lot of great places to show them, and Draper is one of them. And with the investment that you guys have made in the road lately, I know me personally, I have a classic car that I like to drive. And that's one of the places I go. I don't rip any rubber down there. The car doesn't allow me to go that fast. But it's something that I do enjoy, and I do drive down there. And you guys have made like awesome boat landing areas, and you developed like the park area, so it's nice to see. And I just brought an artist in last week, and we drove down and I showed him the place. So the area itself is beautiful, and like I know like the residents of Draper are here, and that's their like hidden gem. But as a local who used to like take my floaty and float down the river and tie my beers to the side, like it's a beautiful part of the community that I think does need to be kind of showcased. And it is a gem. And so like I'm all for it. So in regards to rezoning it, that just would allow the owner, Brian and Kim, to kind of enhance the community and give us more things to like show off. So I'm in support.
Thank you, Elliot. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Elliot.
Perfect.
Oh,
Thank
sorry.
you.
Go ahead, Kendrick.
Thanks for your presentation there.
Yeah, no worries, man.
And, I guess my question would be, do you believe that it's important to hear all the voices that are down in Draper to this bylaw amendment?
Yeah, 100%. And I think this is like a great forum. I've never been to council before. Like I've never been here. So this is really cool. I've never been in this room. But it sounds like there is a forum for them to come and discuss. It sounds like a lot of work has been done to ask the community of the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo, like what they think. And so there has been opportunities for that voice to be heard. And it seems like this is one step, and there's more steps to hear more voices and more opinions, for sure. But yeah, everybody's voice should be heard. And if you want to have your voice heard for free, Mac City Morning Show. Yeah.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Remarks. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal, and thanks, Elliot.
Cool.
Adriana Valdez. And if you just say your name for the record, Adriana, and just you have 5 minutes to present.
Good evening, Mayor Bowman and Council. I'm Adriana Valdez. I was born and raised in Fort McMurray just over 29 years ago, so I've seen this town grow and flourish and change a lot. We went through a major fire, went through floods. Our economy has gone up and down. A whole whack ton of things have happened here in Fort McMurray.
Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. Public speaking gets me a little anxious. But in regards to bylaw number 24/008, the land use bylaw amendment 47880, Draper Road, Brian and Kimberly Jean's home, I'm in support of combining the two land zones into one. I believe that this will give a lot more opportunity for new build, new economic growth. Tourism is a huge thing in Fort McMurray. I've come and I've gone to Fort McMurray many, many times, but I always come back home. And I believe that this town should offer a lot more opportunity for events, family, especially our town used to be a lot centered for working, and it used to be a really big working town, still is, but families have really built a life here. And I think that this would be very essential for families and just the community in general, for businesses, non-for-profits and everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Do we have any questions? Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks for the presentation. How important is it to have another, let me ask this first. How many facilities do we have that are of this magnitude in Fort McMurray? Would you have that answer?
Well, we've seen sports and wellness grow as well. Mac Island, I used to work there for 6 years at Mac Island as a instructor and lifeguard. It's a beautiful, we have beautiful recreational facilities. We lost one in Abisan that a lot of community members used to use as well when the fire up at the top of the hill happened. I used to offer actually private swimming lessons there for Muslim women because they couldn't just go to Mac Island since it was too open of a viewing area. We do need more places like this, especially in the downtown area. We do have Casman Center, but those are very large in size, and this is more, it's more for smaller events. And they were making it very very financially, how do you say it? People who can't afford very much are going to be able to afford having events there, which is very, very good because this town, we do have a lot of multicultural families, a lot of refugees, immigrants. They can't afford expensive places like Mac Island to host an event of a grand magnitude. But this event place could really help a lot of those low-income families as well. So I hope that answers your question. Sorry.
Yeah, it did. I guess one more question would be, how important do you feel that it is for the River's Edge facility to engage with Indigenous community members, just because of the fact that it is along the river and there's reserves and trap lines that are owned by Indigenous people?
Yes, actually, that's a very good question. Thank you for asking that. Because a lot of people haven't really talked much about the Indigenous engagement when it comes to this events place. However, as long as there is good communication, as well as with like the community of Draper, right? This town belongs to everyone. We have a bunch of little mini communities everywhere, right? Whether there is, reserves or uptown, downtown, Parsons Creek is all the way there and the other side of town as well. But as long as there's good communication and as long as nothing's going to hinder the trap lines and other people's properties, and I don't see an issue. And I don't know what else to say, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Do you have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Adriana.
Okay, thank you.
Dylan, and I'm going to butcher your last name, Dylan, Kakasekchi Sook?
I know what you're talking.
Okay, as long as you know, we all know. If you could say your name for the record for sure. You have 5 minutes to present, just remain on topic. Thanks, Dylan.
Hi, I'm Dylan Kikoshki. I'm a Draper resident, 6214. I'm opposed to the land development change. I think it's been very clear what's the plan is if this bylaw has been changed. And I know that many residents down on Draper, including myself, are not for this event center. I did have a speech written up for that, but we'll save that for another time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. Do you have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Dylan. Kathy Steves. And Kathy, just say your name for the record. You've been here before.
I've been here before, 5 minutes tops, maybe 6. Just kidding. Hi, everybody. Kathy Steves. I'm the Executive Director of United Way, Fort McMurray and Wood Buffalo. It's a pleasure to be here tonight to speak in favor of the land use amendment. And I'm very thankful for Amber Fort, who has spoken before me and said everything I was going to say. So thank you. That's it.
Thanks, Kathy. Question, Councillor Cardinal?
Through the chair to Ms. Steves, always a pleasure. You've been here about 7 to 10 times now? No. I guess I'll ask the same question that I asked Amber earlier is, I know that we talked for not-for-profit discount.
Yeah.
And I guess maybe you can elaborate a little on my question that I asked her about, is it written in paper or is it just a conversation piece that you had with the facility?
It was both written and a conversation. Although they weren't able to give us specifics on what the actual price would be, it's very early in the planning stages for that. But we were told with great confidence that the social profit world would be given a substantial discount to host fundraising events there, which would be fantastic. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Do you have any other questions for Kathy? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Kathy.
Thank you.
Justin Jean. There he is. Hey, Justin, if you just say your name for the record and to present.
Hello, I'm Justin Jean, Mayor and Council. I'm for the amendment.
Thank you, Justin. Do you have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Justin. Dale Cooper. And Dale, just say your name for the record and just 5 minutes to present and remain on topic.
Sorry, my name is Dale Cooper.
Ahead, Dale.
This is my wife, Treasure. Sorry. Hello, we are Dale and Treasure Cooper, and we live at 6454 Draper Road. Our family are fourth generation property owners in the Draper community, and in fact, we were the first family to settle there, and we intend to be there for at least another 4 generations. It is all of our responsibility to maintain the existing pattern of living on large acreage lots, and we too strive to be good stewards of our land. The planning department has indicated in their briefing notes that the community has approved this development. We do not agree with this. We have approved nothing. Our family for 60 years has enjoyed the country residential character of Draper. We have sacrificed and invested there. This is our home, and we are here today to protect Draper from the development that would adversely impact its unique existing character. We do not support this bylaw amendment, intended uses, and the parent development permit under review. In reading tonight's agenda packet, we have no details. For instance, where is the flood mitigation study for this development? Has the development permit been submitted? Where's the infrastructure that should be required to make this development compliant? Will the building and infrastructure like septic systems and fuel supplies be protected from future flooding? Where is this traffic study that is mentioned? This increase is not just local traffic that is expected like when a new house is built. It'll be from the facility staff and patrons from hosted events, like a wedding party where there is an increased potential for impaired drivers on the road leaving the event. Do you believe that the boat launch that they want to build for the public on a heritage river can be built without proper safety and erosion preventing construction? What happens if the edge of the Clearwater River gets further eroded because of development and damages the river and other property owners' lands? Who's going to pay for that? Has the Clearwater Heritage River Group been consulted as required through their agreement with the RMWB and 468 First Nations? What plans are in place to identify that these requirements have been met? There are 2 new boat launches located in waterways just a short distance from where they are proposing to put another one. Is a 3rd required? There is a business plan that identifies that this development will, where is the business plan that identifies that this development will pay for itself? If it fails financially, is the province or the city going to bail them out? There are many laws that must be followed in any development, including city rules like safety and nuisance regulations and land use bylaws, provincial laws, including safety codes that must be followed. Is there not a federal and/or provincial laws associated with developing adjacent to a heritage river, especially at the 1 in 40-year elevation? It states in the package that the owners will be good stewards of the land and the environment to ensure sustainability to reduce impacts. What about slope stability issues? In 2019-2020, Draper residents living in the hill had many problems with that. Despite these issues, in 2023, clear cutting on the hill commenced on the property, allowing for increased erosion, not only for themselves, but also for their neighbors. When this property starts to erode and causes issues, who's going to be responsible to fix it and compensate the people who are affected? It also states in the packet that the owners will support partners with local business, but I believe that the Legion, a nonprofit business that relies heavily on these very events, will suffer possibly substantially because of it. The applicant has sent out questionnaires and hosted several community engagement meetings, but after reading the brochures that they sent out a year or more ago, we found that the questions were skewed towards our acceptance of their land use. We didn't feel comfortable stating our objection to the development to them personally. We decided we'd wait till the city got involved and do a proper legal survey of the neighbors, as is normal in a development application such as this. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, and here we are. In a prior council meeting, the owner was very passionate when speaking about building this for the community and noted that he spent a lot of his personal money to make it happen. Well, I too would like it to be known that my wife and I have also spent a lot of money, perhaps even more so proportionally to our incomes, when we built our home in Draper 28 years ago to live in a quiet community. We and many others would like to keep it that way. We have seen a lot of social media posts and pictures of applicants visiting with the mayor and councillors. Well, we understand each councillor is to communicate and advocate on behalf of the residents in each ward. We feel that we are in a tough spot already speaking out against this development, as it appears that their decisions have already been decided. I personally have seen the mayor and Council Weigel having their photos posted online at the property where the application is for, seemingly giving their pre-approval to this development. There has also been several functions that Councillor Weigel has facilitated at his restaurant that appear to support the development of this property. When our ward councillor discovers tonight that the majority of Draper residents, including those who have lived there for generations, are directly affected, are not in support, will he have our backs? Just because the Jeans have decided not to call Draper their home anymore and enjoy the quiet country residential lifestyle and unique character of Draper doesn't mean that the rest of us have. We oppose this development.
Thanks, Dale. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Dale. Norm Hennings. And Norm, if you just say your name for the record and you have 5 minutes to present, please.
Norm Hennings. Excuse me. A little quicker. Sorry about that. Norm Hennings. I live at 7299 Draper Road. Dear council members and Mayor Sandy, I'm speaking here today to express my strong opposition to the change in the land. Longtime resident of RMWB, have moved to McMurray at the age of 3, living here continuously for the last 48 years. 14 of those were on Draper community. Okay, so after a proposed change to the land bylaw was defeated, the community of Draper maintains primarily residential only status. That was a few years ago when that happened. Okay. In fact, since the land use bylaw was upheld, several businesses, unfortunately, have had to be removed from Draper community. I'm not going to talk about the project yet because I'm going to save that for a little bit later, but it does contradict years of community planning and the clear wishes of Draper residents. As evidenced in that 2022 RMWB survey that we did. The survey results overwhelmingly demonstrate resident desire to preserve Draper's residential character. 85.96% vote for that. Ensure new development aligns with existing large lot sizes. We had 92.98%. Prioritize safe development outside flood hazard zones. 76.68%. Adopt measures to ensure future development is safe from natural disasters. 85.96. The RMWB conducted this survey and has a responsibility to respect these survey's findings. I'm not going to get into any of this because that's going to come up later. The road, okay. We changed the bylaw. Something happens, stuff's going to happen out there. What's going to happen to our road? Mr. Kidd had already mentioned it. It's been under construction for many years. Simply not wide enough, smooth enough to handle the traffic that's on there now. Don't get me wrong, but what about the large number of recreational vehicles that a development like this would bring? What about the amount of water trucks and sewer trucks that were going to be needed out there? If we were talking about that, we're not talking about that. The road is as wide as the cliffside and riverside path will allow it to be. There is simply no space to widen it. I do not whatsoever support changing that bylaw. And we'll talk about the application because it's not even in yet later. But thank you for your time and consideration. I had a whole different lined up, but you've already told everybody don't talk about it now, so I'm not going to talk about it now. Okay,
Thanks,
so
Norm.
Strongly opposed, and I know I'm not alone.
Thanks, Norm.
We all did that survey. So,
do you have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Norm.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have anyone else in the gallery wishing to speak, come forward and present? Not anybody that hasn't? Yeah, we're going to write now in 1 minute. 1 minute, yeah.
Yeah.
200%, yeah. Do you want to?
I signed up. Sorry about that. Comfy.
Are they registered? Okay.
Good to go.
If you want to just say your name for the record and just you have 5 minutes to present and just remain on topic and remain seated for questions after, please.
Roger that. Good evening. My name is Matt Espinoza, and this is one of my daughters, Sienna Espinoza. My family lives at 5243 Draper, and we do not support the bylaw amendment. While we understand that tonight may seem like a simple application to redistrict one property into the same zoning, administration has stated that an approval would authorize the development authority to grant a development permit for a resort facility on the subject property. Please reference page 118. While we don't speak for all of Draper, I have the privilege of summarizing the input of a significant group of Draper residents wanting to voice and vote their objection to this land use bylaw amendment. I would like to speak to 3 main categories: document compliance, continuity, and community support. Regarding document compliance, there are 3 levels of planning documents that govern and direct the growth and development of our region. They are the Municipal Development Plan, Area Structure Plans, and Land Use Bylaw. These documents represent the collective voice of the residents of Wood Buffalo, key partners, the Government of Alberta, and the private sector, key stakeholders, including First Nation and Métis groups, and a wide variety of local organizations and groups. It is our opinion that this proposed LUB amendment application may contravene all 3 levels. Our group has already sent a working copy of our findings to Planning and Development for further review and consideration. Continuity. We would like to inquire of the rationale behind the proposed recommendation to approve this LUB amendment with the associated intended uses when this property was included in the VBO. The irony is that administration and consultants have recommended to redesignate and rezone of the properties acquired by the VBO, and is additionally recommending that all 9 residential buildings be demolished so to reduce the risk associated with additional residents and structures in the flood hazard zone, page 168. Yet, here we are discussing an LUB amendment that will permit a new development and increase density and uses in that same floodplain. So let's review community support. The amount of community engagement and support for this LUB amendment and development sound impressive. However, the strength of math calculations is dependent on the relevance of the source data. Out of the 40 letters of support submitted, only 2 letters are from actual Draper residents. Of all the verbal presentations tonight of Draper residents in support and Draper residents opposed, the majority of the Draper residents should be considered. Here's a map, Here's a map of the Draper representing information collected and or received as of June 24th, Saturday, at my house in Draper. The orange highlights properties are the neighbors who are opposed to the LUB amendment, and which is vital in tonight's vote. 120.6 additional provisions state that small holdings development shall only be allowed if the development authority is satisfied that no conflict results with adjacent landowners. Per the additional provisions under 120.6, the most relevant votes in favor or against are those adjacent landowners. I can confirm that the 5 adjacent landowners are 100% opposed to this LUB amendment. Of the next proximity covering 14 properties located within 1 kilometer of the development, 79% are opposed. Of the unknown status, there's 14%, and of those in favor, 7%, living within 1 kilometer to support the LUB amendment tonight. Of the 77 properties within Draper, from Draper Road, Riverbend Close, and Garden Lane, the information we've gathered and or received says only 3% of Draper residents support this bylaw amendment. The applicant states in their presentation that 84% of the Draper residents support the development and LUB amendment. Page 95 of tonight's packet, this does not add up. As per statement on page 79, we have received overwhelming feedback from Fort McMurray residents. It seems more accurate to say that the majority of the support is actually coming from Fort McMurray residents. Draper is not a neighborhood within Fort McMurray. It is an entirely separate community and specifically identified by the MDP as a community that will be protected from development that adversely impacts its existing character. As Draper does not have the ability to heavily influence what occurs in Anzac, Fort Chip, or even in Fort McMurray, the votes from the residents outside of Draper should not heavily impact ours. We know that the proposed development is now owned by a company, making it clear that this is not a home, but a business. Those of us who gathered tonight to oppose this bylaw amendment are unified to say we want to continue to live on our properties, in our homes, and we value the quiet country lifestyle we invested in. In closing, a vote in favor of this bylaw amendment would be a vote ignoring the voice of the adjacent neighbors, the large percentage of the parties within 1 kilometer, and the large percentage of Draper opposing this amendment and development. We know that the document compliance is subject to interpretation and application, and we look forward to the closing comments from Planning and Development regarding their interpretation as to how this development aligns with known governing documents, including tonight's bylaw amendment. While no one really wants to be here tonight or even to be at odds with our neighbors or community, we know that together we are strong and our voices need to be heard. After all, we are the people this development will impact the most, and this bylaw amendment will impact most. Thank you, Mayor and Council, community, and especially to the Draper community for allowing me to speak.
Thanks, Matt. Do we have any questions for the presenter? Can you give me your address again?
5243 Draper Road.
Thank you. Councillor Cardinal? Oh, sorry, Kendrick.
Thanks for the presentation, to the chair, to the presenter. I missed the part about the protected piece. What was it? What government was that? That you said that there's protection of the community.
All 3 documents, governing documents, being the municipal development plan, the area structure plan, and the land use bylaw, all speak to protect these designated areas. But the land use bylaw speaks to protect the owner's rights. So I think it's 120.6. Sorry, I can just find that real quickly. Thank you for the question. 120.6. In the LUB, additional provisions state that small holdings development shall only be allowed if the development authority is satisfied that no conflict will result with the adjacent landowners. The reason why that's being said tonight is we can show the map again, or we have the data, that everyone that surrounds this property is deeply upset, and they do not support this land use bylaw amendment. Any Hopefully I've answered your question.
Thank you, it has. I got one more question. I know that you had mentioned some Indigenous involvement or Indigenous contact. I wonder if you've had any liberty in collaborating with some of the Indigenous peoples that surround that area?
I have not. My wife and our family is half Métis. She's over there, beautiful woman over there in the back. But I have not personally communicated with anybody yet. Basically, when the package was released last Friday, the Draper community was extremely surprised. And the numbers, the math didn't add up. So we gathered together and formulated a substantial amount in literally a few days to object to tonight's bylaw amendment.
Thank you very much. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. Do you have any more questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And is there anyone else in the gallery wishing to come forward to present? And if you could just say your name for the record and just 5 minutes to present and just remain on topic and remain seated for questions, please.
Council and Mayor, my name is Chris Harper. I live at 5841C Draper. Now I realize this is not the venue necessarily tonight to get into a knockdown drag out about where we're going to eventually end up with this. But as of right now, my biggest concern for my opposition to this is I have a whole herd of children. I've got 6 kids that live at home, 14 to just almost 1 year old. And the state of the road is not in a condition where they can safely ride their bikes. You can't take the dog for the walk. You can't go to your friend's house because it's not wide enough. We're on a blind corner since they took out the S-bend. And I have major concerns about people leaving an event and coming and flattening one of my kids on the road, and then we're gonna have a big problem. So as for tonight, that's gonna be all we get into for now. I realize that this is just the means to an end to get to where this development may or may not happen. And this is my first comment on that.
Thank you. Can you confirm again your last name?
Harper.
Harper, yeah. Thanks, Chris. Councilor Cardinal?
Thank you for his presentation. Thanks, Mayor. I guess one of the questions I got is if there was proper, I know Mr. Kidd had mentioned it, but if there's proper procedures put in place for primary safety of the traffic, would you be in support of this?
It's a starting point, right? Then at least we'd be closer to common ground. There'd be something we could work on, right? This is one of my concerns. This is the primary concern I have right now, being that we're not at this point. But it's certainly be a great talking point.
Right on. I appreciate you taking the time, and I appreciate your concerns.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Do we have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you.
Thanks.
Do you have anyone else wish to come forward to present? I'm not seeing us. Right now, we're going to take a 10-minute break, bio break, and we'll be back in, say, 8:10. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Next, we'd like to move into closing comments from administration. I'd like to invite Amanda Heides, Such Chinook, and Nabil Malak to Planning Development Services to come forward.
Thank you. Our closing comments will be brief, as the matter before you is in relation to the land use bylaw amendment that we have been discussing this evening. Planning and Development Services has brought forward the applicant's request to have one single district on the parcel, which is SH Small Holdings District, and that is our final comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. I have a question from Council. Councillor Ball.
Thank you, through the chair. Obviously, some of the residents have brought some concerns to light, and I guess it raises a question for me. I guess what I'm curious about is the current development that's sitting on the small holdings property. Does that conform with our land use bylaw as an event center? As I understand, it's being used as one. Does that currently conform?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball. The building that's currently on site is approved for residential purposes. It's approved as a single detached dwelling, and that's what it conforms to. We do not have any assessments for us to say that it qualifies for an event center. We haven't done any assessments. We do not have enough information to be able to say that it qualifies for an event center.
Okay, so I mean, we've received reports that that's, and you've heard them today, that that's what it's being currently used as. So I guess my question to the applicant then is if, I don't know if they can come up.
Councillor Ball, no, the applicant will have closing comments after administration.
Okay.
I have a question for them.
Okay, that answers my question then. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and to the presenters. Are the buildings above the flood zone?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, the building is in floodplain, but the habitable space in the building is approved over the flood level.
So it's above the flood zone. What does the bylaw state for small holdings usage?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, the permitted uses in small holdings are pretty much similar to what we have in country residential. And I'll read some of those uses. They are accessory building, essential public service, home occupation, manufactured or modular home, park, public use, public utility, satellite dish antenna, and single detached dwelling. These exact uses are available in country residential as permitted uses. Both of these zones have a separate set of discretionary uses, but discretionary uses are subject to more rigor, more studies, depending on the complexity of the land and the situation. But the permitted uses in both of those districts are pretty much the same.
So what is planned is passes within the small holding usage?
Through the chair, the current residential building, if we were to rezone the site to small holdings, would still be okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Benjogo.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thanks again for the presentation. So my question is, why then did we have a split of one portion is SH, the other is CR, and if there's a reason, has that reason changed as at now?
Through the chair to the question, the reason why there's a split zone is because in previous years, there was different land parcels owned by different owners. And over the years, the property owner had consolidated the previous properties into one. So we now have one large parcel that has resulted in two different zones within that same parcel. And before you this evening is to essentially take that entire parcel of land and have one consistent zone on that piece of property.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, again back to you. I get the request, they ask. I know what that is. I'm asking why was A is SH and B CR in the first place? It might be something historical. I don't know if you know why. I was just wondering, was there a reason behind that, if you know?
Sure. Through the chair to the question, and my colleague may be able to add more context. But historically, the community of Draper, for the most part, when you look at the southern portion of the community from the 250-meter contour line, so closer to the river, it's a small holdings district. On the other side, primarily it's country residential, and that's basically the split between the two, or between the parcel right now.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So there's no need for anything to change for the change to be implemented. That's what I'm hearing. There's no condition that has to be met that has just been met. Nothing changed.
Through the chair to the question, if council were to approve the land use bylaw amendment this evening, essentially the small holdings would be applied to the entire parcel of land.
Okay. My second question is, at what point did we know that, or I don't know if you know yet, that, or maybe this will be for a later debate, that the use of the land has changed? Are you aware already, or we found out tonight?
Through the chair to the question, if I'm hearing the question properly, it's basically, are you asking at what point were we made aware that River's Edge would be a potential project on the land?
Yes.
So in planning and development, we deal with files daily, and a lot of people have future plans for their properties. Whether those plans come to fruition or not, we don't know. It's anyone's best guess. This particular property, they came in for a residential development permit. They were approved for a residential development. Right now, that's what exists on the site. In the future, if they wish to convert it into River's Edge, it would require a development permit. We have, of course, in the media or in social media, we've been made aware that this could be a potential future for the site. But in terms of an actual application for this to become commercial property, we haven't. We basically are just at the onset of those conversations right now. And before you this evening is the land use bylaw amendment to essentially put that one district on the whole site, which then could potentially allow for the development that they're talking about.
Okay, thank you. For the records, I've been there already twice, so I've seen the place, and thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Councilor Grandison?
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. So I've been trying to follow all this evening. If there were no conversation about River's Edge development or anything else, and nothing else was going, if I'm understanding this correctly, this is just cleaning things up. We're talking about the entire land use, plan for our whole region being redone, and this is a messy piece within that. And regardless of anything that's happening over there, we still need to clean up this land so that if I heard you correct, the rest of that part of Draper's already small business or whatever it's called, like it's already zoned that. So this is just making it the same as everything around it, correct, basically, or everything on the one side of it?
Through the chair to the question, right now the southern portion of the property is small holdings. It essentially takes the northern portion of the property and also applies a small holdings district. So the entire parcel will be small holdings.
And it has nothing to do with the application in any way, shape, or form. Really, it's just the land. This is just the zoning. It has nothing to do with this building, regardless of whether it's zoned or not.
Through the chair to the question, in order for a future development such as the one that was discussed earlier tonight to take place, the amendment tonight would be required. But if the amendment is approved this evening, it does not mean that the development permit is automatically approved. That's a separate process that we would have to undertake.
So that's the point I'm trying to get to. Tonight is cleaning it up. If there's an application for a development permit or a change of use or anything of that that entire process has to re-happen.
And we probably get to that in debate, Councillor Grandison.
Okay, well, I was just clearing up so I understood it.
Perfect, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thanks, Director Hiatus. A bunch of questions. So right now on the split between country residential and small holdings right now, the building sits on small holdings now. Is that correct? And so due to the discretionary right now, what would they have the ability to apply for a development permit right now, seeing how that's sitting on a small holdings?
Through the chair, they would have the ability to apply for a development permit. We have a development permit application. For us to ensure that we are approving things legally correctly, we would want to ensure that the site has one zone. Otherwise, in cases where you have two zones, the application of one zone regulations versus the other zone regulations could be questionable. And so technically speaking, they can apply for it. Would we approve it is something that we'll have to consider if it's possible legally or not.
So it's not possible?
I would not recommend it.
Okay. And you said there is a development permit in right now?
Through the chair, that's correct, yeah.
To change that to
a resort facility.
Sorry, say that again?
To change the single family detached dwelling into a resort facility. There is a development permit. We haven't processed it. We haven't taken a decision on it, but we have a development permit application.
Okay. And so when we put in a development permit for an event center, what other things need to come into an assessment? Like we heard geotechnical, we heard traffic impact. Like what are the things that are involved with the development permit that would need to happen?
Through the chair, this is a discretionary use. So typically when an application for a discretionary use comes in, the suitability of the site to hold that use is assessed. Given that this land is in floodplain, we probably would require a bunch of studies, including something of a traffic impact assessment that would give us information about how much traffic is being generated. Is Draper Road capable of taking that traffic? We might require a site suitability analysis or soil compaction study. We might require a flood proof study. We might require geotechnical study. All of that is subject to circulation to different departments, stakeholders, and that's when we arrive at a conclusion as to whether or not the site is fit for its intended use.
And when you say stakeholders, who would that would include neighbors, though, would it?
No, the neighbors. So through the development permitting process, we would ensure that any use that's being approved on the site is being circulated to the neighboring property owners. It's a discretionary use. Planning Commission, so municipality has the authority to be able to circulate the proposed application to neighboring property owners, seek comments, feedback, and then take a decision. So there are two aspects to planning applications, one of which is the engineering considerations, which includes geotechnical, slope stability, stuff like that. And then is the social consideration as to whether or not does a use sort of fit into that area. All of that is taken into consideration before rendering a decision.
Okay. And as I appreciate the conversations about, we're not talking about the event center tonight. If I guess you said a development permit is in, if we change the bylaw tonight for the land use, does that development permit come before council and give the residents of Draper another chance to speak to it, or does it just get surpassed?
Through the chair, it's a development officer planning commission use, which means it does not come before council. However, neighbors or adjacent property owners, affected parties, will have an opportunity to appeal the decision of development authority in front of subdivision and development appeal board. So
they get a chance after the decision's been made, not before?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And can I ask why that would be when the land use bylaw 120.6 says that a development permit will not be issued if negatively, I can't remember the exact wording, but negatively affects the adjacent properties? Why wouldn't that be taken into consideration first?
Through the chair, like I said, once we start processing the application, we will seek feedback from adjacent property owners, affected parties. and their comments are taken into consideration before we make a decision. But the planning authority is not necessarily bound by the feedback that it receives. There are other considerations in the land use bylaw that we have to adhere to, and we would take everything into consideration before rendering a decision. So if there was one affected party that feels their decision or their feedback has not been taken into consideration, their opportunity to appeal the decision of the development authority would be through Subdivision and Development Appeal Board.
To the subdevelopment division appeal board.
Appeal Board, yes.
And so, but planning and development would go and talk to the adjacent property owners first before making a decision.
We would seek feedback. Now, there are different
can you clarify
ways.
seek feedback? Sorry to put you on the spot.
No, that's
I think
fine.
clarity is very important here.
Absolutely. Depending on the complexity of the application, we may choose different engagement methods. In cases of simple application, we may just choose to send out letters to neighboring property owners and inform them that this is an application that we've received and we are seeking your feedback. In case of complicated applications, we may choose a different way. Again, like I said, we do not have complete information right now, and so for me, it's difficult to say which strategy would be adopted at this point. But what I can assure you is we would seek feedback before rendering a decision on the application.
Okay. My colleague touched on it. The southern portion of, sorry, not the southern portion, the river portion of Draper, is that all small holdings or is some of it country residential?
Through the chair, Draper is designed in a way where it follows a contour line. So everything below 250 is technically zoned or is zoned small holdings. The location where the house sits currently is at 245, 247, somewhere around that level. And so it's all zoned small holdings. We do have a map along with the report in the agenda package at attachment 2. And that identifies a location of small holdings and country residential on the lot.
Okay. And geotech, you said you may ask for a geotechnical. Who would be in charge of that? Would that be on the responsibility of the landowner, or would that be on the city?
It would be the landowner.
What about the traffic assessment?
Everything that's required to support a development permit application would be landowner's responsibility.
And so they would do that assessment?
They would
and
do
then you would take that information. At what point does the municipality take the responsibility for the extra residents in the traffic study to make sure that it's safe? Do you just take into account, and I'm just asking for ignorance purposes, do you take the traffic assessment and bring it in-house and just look at the viability of it at that point?
Through the chair, the process is we would ask the applicant to provide us with the information, including a geotechnical or traffic impact study. Our in-house project engineers or engineers would assess the study and see if it is something that we would be okay with, or if there is something that we would require more. Through the study, there might be improvements that might be required to Draper Road. There might be improvements that might be required to intersections. And if the study recommends anything like that, we would require applicant to make those improvements as part of the development permit application. That may include improvement of municipal infrastructure as well.
And so, but the municipality would be in charge of improving the municipal infrastructure at that point, not the resident?
Through the chair, the applicant, the resident, the owner of the property who's proposing developer, the developer is responsible for making those improvements.
So it's some of the residents said tonight, so if improvements need to be done to Draper Road itself to facilitate this, that would become the landowner's responsibility to pay for those changes of Draper Road.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, typically we would enter into a development agreement with the landowner. They would construct the infrastructure. We would inspect the infrastructure. If it's constructed to municipal standards, then we would accept the infrastructure. But they would be responsible for constructing and maintenance of infrastructure for a specific period of time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Bussier, do you still have a question?
No, I'm good right now.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Dogar? Councillor Dogar?
He seems to have frozen.
Okay, Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I guess one question I have is, and this is to such, you said that you do have a development permit submitted. I know you haven't reviewed it, but my question would be, does that development permit encompass the entire site? Therefore, it can't be reviewed until the land use is completed. The proposed land use change is completed.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, the development permit, when we get the permit, we would ensure that it contemplates the full site. We would not accept development permit for a portion of the site. It has to include the entire site. I have some drawings in front of me, and they only sort of include a portion of the site, but we haven't, like I said, we haven't processed the permit. So when we start the process of reviewing the development permit, we would ask applicant to give us updated information, at which point we'll have information for all of the site. There is one drawing that I have in front of me that sort of contemplates all of the site area, but the permit only is specifically sort of geared towards a particular portion of the site, which is the previous lot.
So my question is, does it cross the line into country residential?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, as it stands right now, no.
Okay.
There are no developments proposed on the country residential site.
Okay. That's what I want to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. Such, I know it's been a bit of a long day for you, and certainly always a hot topic. Through the chair, Such, where I know that there's PZOs that were laid out there in 16 that done the stabilization. Would that be close to McFadden's own place?
Through the chair, I'm not clear on the question. Could you please repeat it, Councillor McGrath?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Sash. The during the rebuild down towards there, we laid out the PZOs for slope indicators. They were put in, and I think even Amanda might have been part of that crew, but they were put in, I think it was probably 17. And I was just wondering, you know, if that's some of the land that they're talking about. And then the other thing, I guess, through administration, as far as the artery that goes into Draper, the new access road that go over Keanu's old pit, I believe that somewhere around McFadden's old place, you could make an artery. But I guess as an observation, would that be some of the areas, Sash, where during the rebuild, some of the bank was stabilized, and then the new hard top was put down in the PZOs?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, I do not have the exact information that you're seeking. I know there were issues with slope stability in Draper. Municipality did conduct some slope stability analysis. There were some slope inclinometers that were installed on slopes that were, I won't say failing, but had issues. This land is privately owned, and municipality does not monitor issues on this particular land.
Yeah, so if there's retaining walls and structurals and off-site levies and stuff, that's all covered by the owner. But I guess, through the chair, one question. I kind of caught the word about 300 RVs and stuff, but I think that's pretty well close to the end of the road. But right now, you just have a development permit, just a developer being a bit proactive, getting ahead of the paperwork, but there's nothing that, I guess, I guess it's just tough to hear people going after each other because me and Lance, we're seen in church together sometimes. These things, they don't bring out what the real issue is. And I think there's an application put in process, and we're just going, and I think that everybody, there's always been a hot button issue.
Yeah, I think we can get to that in debate, Councilor McGrath. I think you're on the right track, but I think we can get to that in debate.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, and I respect your opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess a question to either planning development or CAO. Is there, what kind of word am I looking for? Is there an ability to put something on the development permit that it does need to come cancel? I understand the need to clean up the zoning. I think that's important. We do it all over the city. It makes sense. But we talked a lot about the Draper residents still having a voice about the development permit. And so how do we do one without the other? Where they can still have that public voice? Because that's kind of what we've been talking about, right? I heard it many times, and that's the voice that's needed. And so is there a way to do that?
Through the chair, council could choose to rezone the entire site to direct control. That provides council with the ability to take decisions on anything that happens on that land. I'd invite Chris Davis to add to it if he has.
We would never do that to a residential area, somebody's residence, would we?
It's not unheard of. Private parcels are zoned direct control depending on how complex the situation of lands are. And in a lot of other cases where council feels they should be taking decision on a particular piece of land, they have chosen to rezone it to direct control. Chris?
Through the chair to respond to Councillor Weigel. If doesn't matter what you do in fact with this application, one way or another, it's going to be available for redevelopment. What the planning department did in working with the applicant was to say, rather than to try and have a very indeterminate line through the middle of the parcel, where it would be difficult to say you've transitioned from one zone to the other, they recommended, and I think the applicant agreed, because it's their application, to make this uniform zoning application. So that's what's before you. It's the only thing before you tonight. So the community, should a development permit be circulated, the community will have an opportunity again to respond with all the details we've heard tonight, to respond to the specifics of the application, and to be able to give their views to the development authority prior to making a decision. And a decision on a discretionary application, it could go any one of a number of ways. It could be approved. It could be approved with very onerous conditions. It could be turned down. And so those decisions in turn don't come back here. They would go to an appeal board. And that appeal board in this case, because of the proximity to the river, will turn out to be the Provincial Land and Property Rights Tribunal. So that's where this whole process could go at some point, but none of it's here tonight. All that's here in front of you is a request to turn two zones into one uniform zone that includes a discretionary use of resort facility. So I hope that answers the question.
Not at all, but I appreciate it. I guess I could ask the question again, but we are going to end up with the same answer. There isn't any other, besides going direct control, what we wouldn't do to a private resident for a land development permit to come before council or have a public hearing, I guess would really more is what we're looking for.
Through the chair, under the land use bylaw, the development authority would be authorized to issue a development permit. In terms of something that's permissible in the MGA, I'm not sure, Chris, if there's a use that can be brought forward in front of council that's discretionary planning commission in the land use bylaw for a decision on an application.
Through the chair, Mr. Chandiak was correct, that council, if council wanted to address this zoning and development permit, the method is a direct control bylaw. And direct controls are very malleable. You could do a direct control and send that decision again back to the development authority, or you could, as council, take that on and become the development authority for both the zoning and ultimately for the development permit. So you will get this back in front of you, and there is no appeal where you make the decision. So that's the subtlety that by bringing it back here, you become the final decider of that development permit. Most councils don't want that, to be honest, but you could. I mean, it's an option that's available that I've seen used in certain rare occasions in Alberta.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Weigel. Councilor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. This is it's not really a zoning question, but through the chair to the presenter, it's just going back to a few of the folks that spoke regarding opposition to the zoning. The property that's there now, I believe it was Mrs. Hondo that indicated that a single family residential permit was taken out, yet we have 800 amperage running, and it doesn't sound like a single family, and that's what I understand listening to some of the presenters. So I guess I'm looking to admin or planning development to tell me that the permit that's on file is consistent with what was built.
Through the chair to the question, the permit that's approved is for a residential structure. The building code, so in terms of our safety codes permits, the building code sets out the absolute minimum requirement. It sets a standard that is low. If people choose to go above that and to invest more in their utilities, that is on them. Our approval goes based on the minimum requirement as set out by the code in the building code itself. So in terms of us not approving something that's larger than what they require for a residential structure, it's on the builder to make those decisions.
Okay, through the chair to director, so the property as it exists today is conforming with our bylaws or single family permits.
Through the chair to the question, yes, that is correct. It does conform.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bussier. Do you have any other questions from council? Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks, through the chair to the presenters. At this point, has any breaches been made from the homeowner for any of the bylaws or LUBs?
Do you mean breaches to land use bylaw?
Yeah.
Through chair, we do have some issues on the site, and we're trying to address them outside of this matter. The issue before council is rezoning, and that's what council is going to vote on. But there are issues on site that we've noticed that are not in line with land use bylaw.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Bussier?
Yeah, sorry, Mayor Moment. I just one follow-up question through the chair to Amanda. Currently, if the way the zoning is as of today, what can be held at that site? Like you can host a party up to 50 people, 100 people?
Through the chair to the,
I was just going to say, what are the do's and don'ts as of right now with that property as is and current zoning?
Through the chair to the question, because it's approved as a residential property, in terms of any events that were to take place on the property, it would have to be the residents who are hosting them as a personal invite. In terms of selling tickets or charging fees, that would not be in alignment with a residentially approved property.
Okay, so through the chair, so Amanda, like a United Way couldn't host a function or any nonprofit or social profit agency could not host any type of fundraiser or staff building retreat at that location.
Through the chair to the question, that's correct. If it's an actual event that's for the purpose of either commercial benefit or gain or even nonprofit, in alignment with what would be allowed on residential property, it would be for a private event, a private social event, essentially.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bussier. Councilor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thanks for the presentation. My question is back to compliance, and as it stands today, do we have any consequences, penalties, or anything if we find that a land user is non-compliant? Is there anything addressing that in our bylaw?
Through the chair, we have enforcement measures in the bylaw that allows us to issue warning letters and stop orders and even take a property to court. If we identify there are issues on the property, typically we would ask owners to address the issues and stop the non-compliance. If they do not address the issues, then we have legal measures to deal with it.
Okay, so non-compliance is slightly different from not having permit, right? Non-compliance could be maybe electrical issues or whatever.
Non-compliance could be electrical issues. Non-compliance could be using the property for a purpose that it is not approved for.
Okay.
So if the owners were supposedly hosting an event on the property for which is intended for commercial purposes, that would be counted as non-compliance, for which municipality could take enforcement action on the property.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Benjoko. So for clarity, again, for my colleagues, tonight we're not talking about a resort facility. We're not talking about compliance. We're just talking about a landowner that has two pieces of property that have two different zonings, and we're combining that into one.
Through the chair to the question, that's correct.
Okay, and then moving forward, if the applicant has an application in for a resort, if it is approved, then the residents can appeal that at the subdivision and appeal board.
Correct.
Correct?
Through the chair, that would be, yes, there would be an appeal board, whether it is subdivision appeal, development appeal board or Alberta Land Tribunal, that can be decided. But yes, there would be an appeal process.
Okay, and if it's not approved, then the applicant can appeal that to that subdivision appeal board.
That is correct.
Okay, correct. Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Do you have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing us, so thank you very much. Next, we have the closing comments from the applicant. I'd like to invite Kimberly Jean and Tessa Vesic to come forward.
Your Worship and council members, thank you so much for listening to all this today. I thank all who came to speak, and I'm grateful for this process. I'd like to confirm for council members and Your Worship that we have always complied with all municipal requirements and regulations to this point. We have had all required permits and permissions, including for renovations, burnt tree removal, road building and burning. We've never had a stop work order. If Draper residents are opposed to the bylaw, I think it should be required for them to speak for themselves. Otherwise, any person can come forward and claim whatever they choose for whomever they choose. The information presented by Mr. Espinosa did not closely match what we heard door knocking in person throughout Draper. We're not currently using the property as an event center. I want to confirm that, and we have only ever used our property for personal use. Personal, normal, residential uses to this point. The facts are that administration has stated that consolidation of zoning is normal and ideal. The entire property is not recommended to be zoned country residential due to elevation considerations, and therefore we request that you vote in support of this land use bylaw for the purpose of certainty on our own land. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you both.
Thank you.
Does council have any further questions from administration? As a reminder, once this hearing is closed, there will be no further questions, or no other information gathering can occur. So I now declare this hearing closed. Coming out of the public hearing, we now have second and third readings of bylaw number 24/008, land use bylaw amendment, Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 2321444 in Draper for council's consideration. Can I have someone make the motion for second reading of bylaw number 24/008, land use bylaw amendment, Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 2321444 in Draper? Councilor Binjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 24/008, being the land use bylaw amendment for Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 2321444 in Draper be read a second time.
Thank you, Councilor Binjoko, and thanks for the second, Councilor Ball. Are there any debate, discussion, or comments of council? Councilor Stroud? Oh, sorry. I'll call for a vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have someone make the motion for the third reading? Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that bylaw number 24/008 be read a third and final time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any debate, discussion, or comments from council? Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say I appreciate everybody's involvement today and how important this issue is, and how important it is to have community commitment come together and speak your concerns and voice your concerns here. And I appreciate everybody showing up today. And that's what it's all about, to be able to come together, listen to each other, concerns, and hear about what your passions are, and passion about community commitment, passion about business, economic development. We all know that it's here in the community, and I really appreciate everybody's comments today and everybody's input to this bylaw amendment. And I look forward to hearing the debate, and I appreciate it, and God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Just for clarity, Councilor Cardinal, will be debate right now. We be in debate now. Thank you. Do we have any other questions, comments, or debate points from council? I'll call for a vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Next up, we have the report of Community Investment Program Policy, FIN 220 amendments. I'd like to invite Chantal Beaver, Chair, Community Investment Program Approval Committee, Deanne Berge, and Janelle Fleury, Community Service, to introduce the report. Whenever you're ready, Deanne.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Deanne Berge. I'm the Director of Community Services. With me is Janelle Fleury, Manager of the Community Partnerships and Initiatives, and Chantel Beaver, Chair of the Community Investment Program Advisory Committee. We are presenting the Community Investment Program Policy FIN 220 amendments.
On July 11th, 2023, Council approved the CIP policy and directed administration to bring forward an amendment to the committee's bylaw. This change authorized the Community Investment Program Approval Committee to allocate funding to the Community Sustaining Grant, Community Capital Grant, Community Impact Grants, and Game Legacy Grants. In addition to delegated grant approval authority, the committee's bylaw also mandates the committee to make recommendations to Council on improvements and enhancements to the Community Investment Program. In January of this year, the committee completed the 2024 CIP grant approvals as outlined in the policy. Following that, the committee reviewed the grant procedures to capture improvements and efficiencies identified throughout the process. There were 7 meetings held that included discussions on the review, which occurred between January and June 2024. Feedback was received from the committee and grant applicants, along with observations from administration.
This slide highlights key areas of improvements and efficiencies identified by the committee. During the review process, several trends emerged. The committee recommendations represented by blue text on this slide include improvements related to the Games Legacy grant process, reporting and monitoring, and scoring of applications. Other areas highlighted by the committee with no change to the policy include event grant stream criteria specific to community events was discussed to ensure the applications meet the criteria outlined. Counseling services funding through the FCSS program were discussed. FCSS funding is governed by the Provincial FCSS Act, and funds are allocated to approved CIP grant recipients. The process for administering funds for counseling services will be continued to be reviewed within the intention of the committee that committee not maintain responsibility for reviewing, scoring, or selecting recipients of grants of these services. Multi-year agreements will remain in the policy with the intention of adjusting the process for 2026. The CIP grant cycle timeline is not part of the policy but is captured in the administrative procedure. Rural service provision is not addressed in the CIP policy. However, the committee recognized the trend in applicants stating that they are providing services in the rural areas. As a result, grant agreements must reflect that organizations funded to provide services in rural areas partner with rural agencies in those communities to ensure the services are delivered. Indigenous and Rural Relations is collaborating with CIP with the intention of removing barriers to service where they are able. Evaluation of the program overall will be ongoing through regular process review, applicant and recipient feedback, along with administrative efficiencies. The Community Investment Program Advisory Committee has recommended improvements to the CIP policy in 3 sections. Section 2.3, the Approval Committee's role, Section 2.4, the Administration Team's role, and Section 3.11, Monitoring and Reporting. Based on review of the CIP process, it is recommended that the responsibility for scoring applications be delegated to the committee, with the exception of Games Legacy Grant. Currently, the responsibility is with administration, also known as the review panel. The process of scoring applications was discussed at length by the committee, and it was determined that delegating this task to the committee would diversify scoring based on the committee's representation. Administration will continue to focus on the policy criteria and basic eligibility before the applications are scored by the committee. The Games Legacy Grant is funded by the Games Legacy Endowment. The CIP policy sets parameters that the grant be funded by interest on the reserve up to a maximum of $15,000 per year. The Games Legacy grants are nominal yet administratively burdensome for the committee to allocate. During review of the process, the committee recommended that administration administer the Games Legacy grants according to the policy parameters and established criteria for which the committee was responsible, which is not unlike other processes such as the DRIP and the ICPP. In alignment with changes to 2.3, changes to 2.4 further clarifies that administration would not be required to score the applications, with the exception of Games Legacy. Section 3.11.9 addresses monitoring and reporting, which includes the repayment of surplus amounts reported on annual reports or final reports. The current policy allows for discretion if the surplus is between $2,500 and $25,000 and provides an option to allow the organization to keep surplus funds for the approved year, but have the amount debited or subtracted from the next grant agreement. This is assuming they apply a grant and are approved. The process is difficult to track and potentially penalizes organizations in future years. The committee recommendation is to remove this discretion and simply have surplus funds exceeding $2,500 repaid in full. Section 3.11.9.3 is recommended to propose that calculations for repayment of surplus will apply CIP funding after other sources of funding. This ensures that organizations are fully utilizing other grants and that RMWB funds the difference. Managing surplus repayments in this way should not reduce incentive from nonprofits to apply for other grants, as it is in the CIP criteria that organizations seek other sources of funding. This objective is tied to fiscal management in Council's strategic plan. Administration will exercise due diligence by requesting that applicants who indicated that they applied for other grant sources provide letters of rejection if they are only reporting the use of CIP funds for the related programs, projects, service, or events. Multi-year agreements have not been removed or amended in this policy. As mentioned earlier, these agreement types were a topic of review. As multi-year agreements were initiated before the committee was delegated grant approval, the committee was not required to determine which organizations receive a multi-year agreement and which did not, as we did not start a new 3-year term. The current multi-year agreements end in 2024. New multi-year agreements will begin in 2026 to align with Council's next term, as no agreement should extend beyond the term of Council.
Through feedback collected from the committee and grant applicants, administration will implement process improvements to the community investment plan that includes strengthening the community impact grant stream criteria, ensuring that both projects and events, which are time-bound initiatives, are outcome-based and clearly differentiated to maximize impact in their intended category. Reviewing the process for administering the FCSS-funded counseling services. The FCSS program is an 80-20 funding partnership between the Government of Alberta and the municipality, which is intended to support individuals, families, and communities through preventative social programs and services. And finally, updating the Community Investment Program cycle timeline to implement efficiencies noted by the committee.
The CIP grant cycle timeline is captured in the administrative procedure and is not impacted by changes to the policy. It will be updated based on CPAC's review to implement efficiencies, as Deanne noted. The table shown on this slide is the 2025 grant cycle timeline. The administrative procedure will be updated with this generic timeline and will include a secondary timeline for use during election cycles when RMWB budget meetings are held later than non-election years.
That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from Council? Councillor Dogar? You're on mute, Councillor Dogar.
Yes, I'm on mute. Can you now listen to me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for giving me a chance. Madam, it's a nice presentation like always, but I just want to ask you how much amount is there for CIP total?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar. So the report before you tonight isn't about the actual amount of funding, it's about the process to allocate the funding.
Well, fine. Keeping in view the total amount, then we have to see whether the monitoring or distribution is correct or not. If you know offhand, what I know is around 50 million or 47 million something. Am I right or not?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, the amount that you're referencing includes not just the Community Investment Program grants, but as well as the grants to our subsidiary corporations. So administration will bring forward the grant proposal for Council to approve for the 2025 year during the budget process.
Fine. My next question is how many CIPs you have?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, we fund around 120 organizations through CIP.
Last time, once I asked the question, it was around 300. So why that question was, maybe you were the presenter or somebody else. So what okay, please go ahead.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, it can change year over year how many applicants we have. So for 2024, we have about 120.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Dogar, sorry.
Yes.
The number,
Please
the
go ahead.
300 number is referencing is there's about 340 registered nonprofits in the region altogether.
Okay. Then you see my memory is a little bit helping me. The other thing I want to ask you, what is the procedure of monitoring it?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, so monitoring of the grants happens with reports back from the agencies. So depending on what the grant is, there's 6-month reports and annual reports.
Is there any physical monitoring by your staff or not?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, there's not always physical monitoring by the staff. We rely on the reports that come in on the outcomes that the agencies put forward in their reporting.
Fine. I happen to visit about 13, 14 CIPs, and many are good, and few are just, utilizing the funds. So
Councillor
that's why I
Dogar,
brought.
Councillor Dogar, you just stick to questions right now, please.
Okay, fine. So that was only for the monitoring and the comments. If you permit me, then I'll give my own comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mayor. Ladies, thank you for the presentation. In the policy FIN 220, the 3.11.9 was amended to reflect changes on the process of collecting payments. How was that monitored for people that possibly might not have the capacity to finish the reporting? Do we just, or let's stick with that first.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, so you're asking organizations who may not have submitted a report, how do we collect the surplus funds?
No, yeah, yes and no, but getting our funds back for people that are not reporting. Some of the people, lose employees. Some people don't have the capacity to report back. We've had this happen in our Fort Chipewyan, and it's happened already once. So then they don't get the funding again. But is there a grace for people that don't have capacity, or what's the parameters around that, Deanne or whoever? Thanks.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, there is a requirement to report back. When you're provided municipal funds, there's a requirement to report back. We have had occurrences where organizations have been late or there's delayed reporting. We work, as administration, we work closely with those agencies. We want people to be successful. We want organizations to be successful. But there does come a point when the reporting, it's part of the criteria. And now that the committee does the approvals, it's actually, if the organization is behind on the reporting, they can lose their eligibility for further funding. So it's an important piece. We work closely with organizations to try to help them succeed. The ones that the organization you're speaking to, we included IRR to find a way to help. We want those organizations to be successful, but they also have to take a piece of that ownership.
Yeah, I was going to speak to that because, it's easy to be able to give the funds, but, it's to get the recourse and commitment from them as well. It's like I said, it's easy to give municipal funds away, but if you're not going to report back and commit to your community, I'm glad that you guys are taking this initiative, and this is a highly support. Well, it's already supported, but I appreciate the hard work you ladies are doing and the administration too. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation. For clarity to the public going forward, will funding be approved for both projects and events within the same CIP application for 2025?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud. So the programs and projects are in one grant stream in the community impact grant category. Programs and projects are separate from events. So they are not able to apply for both grant streams of programs, projects, and events. They have to choose to apply to one or the other.
So they will not be included in the same application as we saw in 2024?
That's correct. So we are working on tightening up the definitions of projects and events for 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, just to give my colleagues a perspective, how many hours did this board spend, rating all of these things? Can you give me an idea?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, what I will say is there was an exceptional job done by this committee. We spent hours and hours over weekends and evenings. The work that was done on the reason that the request to have the actual scoring done by the committee is because each application was rescored from the committee's perspective, and there's huge value in that process. So I feel confident as administration that the committee did 120% in relation to these allocations of municipal dollars.
Well, and I'd like to extend my appreciation for all of their time and effort as well. And I believe, if memory serves me correct, and please correct me, when this was started a couple of years ago with a consultant, the whole idea was to clean it all up and make it efficient. And now you're just, after 1 year, you've kind of discovered a couple of hiccups along the way, and you're just trying to clean them up right now. Is that an accurate assessment?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, we're always looking for ways to improve. So I think it's not a bad thing to come forward with some amendments. With the help of the committee, we were able to find these 3 changes that will make the policy better for the applicants and for those that are approving.
And one last question. The outcomes that you attach to these funds, are you satisfied that they're given a clear demonstration that the community organizations are actually following through with the commitments they make for these funds?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, one of the drivers really was around outcomes. So in the past, not right or wrong, the funds were given because the funds were available. So in changing the policy, the actual outcomes are measurable. We've done outcome reporting with the agencies. The committee is able to look at what the outcomes that the applicant has done in the year previous and able to make a determination based on real and actual outcomes. Where in the past it was more around what money is available, and all of the money is, if you applied, you generally got the funding because it was available. I don't know if you want to add, Chantal.
Yeah, I would say I have a long history in the social profit sector prior to my current role, and this community relies very heavily on the social profit sector to address critical issues. But when we fund without considering well-founded outcomes that are creating community impact, what we're doing is depleting resources and encouraging unsustainable practices. So this committee very heavily considered what outcomes are looking to be achieved in consideration of the council's strategic plan and community plans that have been created.
I appreciate that, and it sounds like with the outcomes that you're producing, you could come back to council meantime and say, here's the outcomes for the money you're investing, and we're not wasting money anymore. We're actually getting results.
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, we actually have a report. What's challenging sometimes is that the report is lagging because we wait for that year end, but we've just reviewed with the committee the 2023 outcomes. It's not perfect, but we've come a long way. So that report will be available for council in the near future.
Appreciate it, and thank you again for all your efforts.
Thanks, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you, Diane, Jantel, and Janelle. Just want to first appreciate the hard work of everyone in that committee. I happen to be serving on the committee with Councillor Stroud. Lots of hard work, dedication, and all that you put in. So thank you to start with. I'm glad that we are moving on to allowing the committee to do the scoring. And like you said, that would really help minimize double handling. Would you say that was value for our time and for your time as administration?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko. Absolutely. Being the first year, we weren't sure what it was going to look like. So we continued with administration preparing the applications with their considerations. But once we got into the room and saw the process, we immediately knew that it would have been more effective to have the committee do the scoring and then have the discussions related to that, rather than trying to figure out how it was scored like that. And then we spent hours and then ended up rescoring for simplicity. So it was a great lesson learned, and the change in the policy shows that.
Yes, thank you. So just for everybody's education. And then I'm glad you mentioned that the reporting and the monitoring could be improved, and that we'll still be looking into making some changes. Is that, well, especially one of the areas that we picked on was the diversity, the feedback on diversity. Any?
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, one of the things that we realized when we presented that report to the committee, and you were in attendance, is that we really needed to explain that that's a snapshot. So there was some confusion around with the scores and the results because it was being taken as if it was community-wide, but it's a snapshot of the agencies that were funded. So we're looking to clarify that report, and then it will be shared with council and the public, because this will be something we put on our website, because it's a good news story, and it shows how the municipal dollars are being spent to improve the community.
Okay, thank you. And the Games Legacy is 15,000 maximum to individuals or organizations.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, it's $15,000 total. So it's not $15,000 per organization or individual. It's total for the year.
Okay, so that obviously will allow us focus on the main meat rather than working on the...
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, absolutely. That was the first grant stream that we did, thinking that it was small, and we ended up spending quite a lot of time for quite a small amount of money. So in the review process, the committee determined that it would be more effective for that to be handled by administration and the other grants to be handled by the committee.
So thank you again for the good job. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mayor. In the CIP funding program, with the amendments, was the existing boards and were they registered? Is that a part of the application with the existing boards? Because I'm having that issue. No, let's not go there. Are the boards registered with Alberta registries and reporting properly?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, yes, it's one of the criteria.
It is, okay. Oh, and okay, so still look part of the criteria. So how did a applicant get approved when I know that they were registered?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, so we do pull a corporate search for organizations that apply for CIP funding. They have to have been a nonprofit organization for at least 1 year, operating within the borders of the municipality. So we would have had a corporate search proving their nonprofit status. They may not be a CRA charitable organization, which there is a difference, but they would be a registered nonprofit in Alberta.
Okay, thank you for that. I got no more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Do we have any other questions from council? Not seeing you. So I just have one question, and maybe this is hopefully it's can be answered quickly. Is there any safeguards in place to eliminate the chance of bias if it's just a committee making these, scoring these applications? Any bias to the groups that they've formerly were part of or they are part of?
Through the chair to the mayor, yeah, there's absolutely. So if up front, if there's any pecuniary interest in a certain area, that individual isn't in the room for that entire grant stream.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And thanks for everything you guys did. This is a great program. We've kind of tweaked over the last couple of years. I think it's really doing well in the community. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Just a quick question that popped up. So last year there was some confusion with the committee about having agencies present through the process. Has that been cleared up? Is there a need for anything related to that to be clarified?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, there is no responsibility in the policy for the committee to see presentations from organizations. So we did begin to call upon organizations to prepare to present and then realize that that would not be a function of the committee.
So that's what the confusion was
Yes.
we reached out and had essentially trying to do the same system that we had previously where they presented to council. We're going to present and then, yeah, okay. Yeah. Which makes sense to me because I remember when we were going through the process with a consultant, we were eliminating that part. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And Councillor Grandison, a lot of that came through because of the double rankings. We had the ranking go through from administration, and then we were going to do it as a committee, and there were certain questions that we should have been able to ask of administration that the committee was requesting to ask of the agencies, and that's a part of the recommendation today, so that won't happen again.
Okay, that's what I was trying to clarify. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Yeah, Councillor Cardinal?
The existing boards have, I got questions on that because I don't know if they're, was it, yeah, actually, you know what, thanks. I won't go there, that's in the weeds, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Dogar, do you have a question? Councillor Dogar? Are you with us, Councillor Dogar? Okay, well, thank you, ladies. Do we have any delegates for this item? Do you have any delegates?
No, sorry, Your Worship, there's no delegates for this item.
Thanks. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that the Community Investment Program, CIP, sorry about that. I move that the Community Investment Program, CIP, policy FIN 220 dated June 25th, 2024, as outlined in attachment number 1, be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Councillor Dogar, are you online?
No.
Yes, sir. Sorry, for a while I was. Can you hear me, sir?
We can hear you. I just wanted your hands up there, and there's some noise in the background, but
yes.
You could just take your hand down and mute it while you're not on screen. And actually, can you turn your camera on?
Oh, sorry. I will do it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. We have that second.
No, I want to speak for something.
We're not at that point right now, Councillor Dogar. I'll give you a chance when we get to debate here.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
That's
It's a
seconded
question.
Sorry, Councillor Dogar, 1 minute. That's seconded by Councillor Weigel. Thank you. Now, is there any debate, discussion, or comments? Councillor Dogar, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to ask the director, there were 2 weeks back, there was a event in Sinai Park that was family safety and about 50 non-profits were there. Was it organized by the municipality?
Deanne, did you get that? Can you repeat that question, Councilor Dogar?
2 weeks back, there was a event on Saturday with the name of Family Safety, where most of the non-profits were there, about 50 or 60. It was raining, and the genuine one or the passionate people were there.
Point of order.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. That's not directly, that's not related to what we're discussing, Councilor Dogar. We're discussing just a change in CIP moving forward. We're not talking about events.
Mr. Mayor, it is a millions of dollars spent.
Dogar, that's a point of order. It's Councilor Cardinal. Point of order. That's you're off topic. Please pay attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. That's upheld. Do we have any debate, discussion, or comments on the Community Investment Program Policy FIN 220? Councilor Cardinal.
I totally support the amendment, and I appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this. And I look forward to the applicants and moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. So I'll call for a vote.
I vote for it.
Thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Next, we have up the report on asset management plan update. I'd like to invite Laura Ferguson, Corporate Services, to introduce the report. Okay, so Laura, we're going to take, let's say, a 5-minute break, actual 5, like real 5. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you. Next, we have up a report on asset management plan update. I'd like to invite Laura Farquharson, Corporate Services, to introduce the report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Lori Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer. I'm here to present the progress of the Asset Management Plan. Before I begin, I would like to thank the efforts of the team, both permanent and those who were seconded to us, for all of the work that has been undertaken to date. Without their expertise and dedication, we could not have gotten this far. Oops, sorry, mouse complications. I'll be providing you with an overview of what the team has discovered to date, what the funding implications of those findings are, and the next steps to the necessary future planning. A significant effort has gone into developing and reconciling an inventory of RMWB assets and identifying the associated operational and maintenance costs. There are over 25 data sources the organization has, which are currently being reconciled and consolidated with the future of having one system. The ongoing data cleansing activities will support the data migration into a computerized maintenance management system. To date, we have identified $6.45 billion in assets. This does not include the Wood Buffalo housing assets of $211.3 million. An important variable was the discovery of inconsistent repair and maintenance of assets. Based on an in-depth review, the team of subject matter experts have been able to identify reasonable operating and maintenance costs. This will continue to be an evolving exercise. A permanent asset management team is still in the process of being established and will reside within Corporate Services Division.
Just Lord.
Sorry, Lori. I think, Councilor McGrath, I think your mic's on. If you could mute it there.
Yeah, I'm sorry there, sir.
Go ahead, Lori, please.
Okay. This slide presents a 10-year snapshot of the budget and expenditure projections based on the findings to date. The upper blue row under the revenue heading is the property taxes, which are being held at the current 6.21 to 1 ratio. The expense projection recognizes the current operating budget and minor inflation factors, as well as the operating and maintenance costs for asset management and planned capital. I do need to note a discrepancy in the surplus deficit for 2025 and 2026. The row that says contributed to capital assets for 2025 and 2026 represent the 2024 budget proposal, which was reduced when the budget deliberations occurred last fall. So the row right here that says capital budget plan, 267,000 and 202,445,000 should actually be in this row. So I have recalculated those numbers. I just wanted to bring some visibility to that error. The funding deficiency over the 10 years is projected to be $732 million. These values factor in a 10% increase for maintenance by asset category for 2025 and a 1 to 2 million % inflation increase for planned expenditures in the out years. You'll note that at the bottom of the screen that says expenses directly related to asset management. So this is included in the totals above, and this is just a projection at this point in time. What this does not include is the additional costs that we know that are coming in the future, such as the designated industrial property liability of $145 million, the master land agreement of $27.5 million, secondary road maintenance, which are anticipated to be in excess of $100 million, and the total asset retirement obligation of major assets are yet to be determined. So the next steps for asset management, we're going to continue to validate and cleanse the data. We're going to ensure cross-department support for the computerized maintenance management system, work towards the elimination of multiple data sources and have one source of truth, identify assets for divesting, identify asset retirement obligations, identify long-term funding requirements of critical assets. We currently do not have a formal preventative maintenance program, which is estimated that we're about $60 million behind on maintenance. We will be updating the asset management policy, OPE-030, formalize and secure permanent resources for the asset management team, and establish a cross-department working group of subject matter experts. For future planning, we'll be developing a comprehensive asset lifecycle plan for critical infrastructure, considering factors such as depreciation, technological advancements, and evolving regulatory requirements. Allocating sufficient funds in the capital budget for planned replacements. This proactive approach will ensure financial preparedness and mitigate risks associated with the sudden asset failures. Reviewing current maintenance practices and exploring opportunities to enhance efficiency and reduce expenditures. And finally, long-term financial planning for fiscal sustainability. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you, Lori, for the presentation. Would there need to be divesting, retirement obligations, identifying long-term funding and planning requirements, updating the asset management policy, and establishing a cross-department working group before considering a budget amount?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, those are all things that we would be looking at and working towards before we even got into those discussions, yes.
Thank you. And are we sitting with a remainder not committed surplus of $281.6 million at the end of December 2023 in the bank?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, not in the bank, but that is uncommitted funds when we take a look at our cash in the bank and our investments, and then all of the things we have committed in various reserves. There's an uncommitted balance of the $297 million.
And in reviewing the bank information for the last 3 years, in the first quarter, I noticed that the remaining surplus has increased by approximately $50 million. Is this a continuing trend that we are seeing?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, that's an astute observation. It's not something that I have actually looked at with our trend analysis, but we are certainly working towards reducing where we don't need funds in a reserve and trying to get some reconciliation to confirm exactly what we have in uncommitted funds.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Ball.
Thank you, through the chair. Lori, I just got a question about the surplus, the deficit, I guess. I mean, it's trending, obviously, what, year one, 175-ish million, and then 140. Then it kind of dips down. What's a projection if there's no change of how long we go till we're bust without an increase in revenue?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, thank you for the question. This is a point in time to demonstrate the impacts of the asset management plan. This will formulate a lot of the conversation that we'll need to have for the 2020-25 budget and beyond. We will need to be doing some prioritization and looking at revenue sources, whether it be, various different reserves, looking at reducing service levels. There's a multitude of different scenarios that we could put into place. So this is just strictly showing where we're at this point in time with what we have planned. And obviously remediation needs to occur.
Okay, and basically we're saying over the next couple of years, we need to find 300 million. It's a big number. There's one line in here that I'm a little confused about it. I'm sorry, I'm just reading it here. It's under your expenses on your total budget projection, where it says other expenditures. All the other line items seem to kind of flow with what looks like some sort of inflationary rate that's not too high, except this line. 2025, we got 2 million. 2026, we got 21 million for other expenditures. And then 2027, we're $1 million, then 3.5, then 18,000, then 19,000. Why such a big number in 2026 when a couple of years later it's 18 grand?
Yes, I can explain that. Through the chair to Councillor Ball, there was a commitment made by this council to pay out the Wood Buffalo housing mortgages as they become due. So that is where that has been factored in. So in 2026, they have a very large mortgage coming due. And then in 2028, there's another mortgage coming due. And I believe the 2025 as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. It looked a little odd, so.
Yeah, my apologies. I should have flagged that.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation, Laura. I see the increase in wages and stuff, which I understand, inflation, commitment being in the organization for a long time. Is inflation a part of the reason why salaries are rising?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, with salaries specifically, we're still using the 2024 budget exercise and the 2025 to 2029 planned. So I strictly provided a 1% increase. I would anticipate this number to go down with some of the adjustments that we've recently made.
Thank you for that. I guess where I'm getting at is where's council in this wage and salary?
All salaries,
Is it in there with an increase as well? I didn't know that. So there's an increase in the wages of the councillors in this projection.
Well, through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, the salaries, wages, and benefits that are presented for 2025 are based on the budget exercise from last year. So it includes the salaries for all municipal employees, including council and mayor. We have not factored in any increases specific to the remuneration policy at this point in time. It was just for this asset management exercise. So there's just a 1% inflation increase across the board. It's not at the per position level. We'll get into that more with the 2025 budget exercise. There'll be a lot more in-depth calculation there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Boucher?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to Laurie, thanks for the presentation, Laurie. With the asset management plan, will it involve an increase in staffing complement?
Through the chair to Councillor Boucher, we have not factored in increased salaries to build that up just yet. What we have done is we've reallocated staff from other departments so far. We do have an opportunity to try to utilize some of the vacancies to transfer them into that unit so that we're not increasing net FTEs.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I guess now that we've done this little exercise and we look back last year and the year before, it's probably safe to assume the financial picture of the RM is maybe not as good as it was last year during budget deliberations. Is that safe to say?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, we've definitely found areas, as I mentioned in my presentation, we're about $60 million behind where maintenance is concerned. We don't have an appropriate life cycle maintenance for our asset management in place. So this is still early days of what it's going to cost us. And obviously it is going to cost us more.
Right. And I do appreciate the efforts you and your team did to bring this forward tonight. I guess my final question is, I guess a council in good conscience probably cannot continue to approve deficit budgets, correct? Like I'm looking for the next 10 years and there's a lot of red, right?
Mm-hmm. Through the chair to Councillor Ball, I would not be putting forward a deficit budget. We would be having a discussion as to whether or not, and recommendations to draw on reserves. So for these, we would look for other revenue sources, including drawing on the reserves. But that would be put forward to council for deliberation and approval.
Okay, and I guess just my opinion, and I'm sure you would agree that drawing on reserves is probably not a great strategy going forward, right?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, it's not sustainable. You want to have healthy reserves. Under the MGA, we have to have at least 50 million in capital and 50 million in operating that is uncommitted. We do have healthy reserves, but we also have a lot of long-term capital commitments that we need to factor in, which is what we have included here on the contributed to capital asset line. That is a part of the 10-year plan that we had been looking at for capital.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Dogar?
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope you can listen to me.
I think you have bad connection, Councillor Dogar. We're not hearing you.
Now you can hear me, sir?
A bit better.
Okay. So my question is to the chair that how much reserve we have for 24 and how much we plan it for 25. And second question relating to this is, what is the procedure of utilizing reserve? You ask council permission or mayor or CEO do it or you do it all by yourself? These are the two questions.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, I'll answer your second question first. We, as administration, cannot draw on the reserves without council's permission. That is part of our policy. And for your other question, I do not have the 2024 information in front of me. This was strictly a projection to show the impact of the asset management plan.
Something about 25, you intend conceiving something, some planning?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, this is a plan to show the impacts of the asset management requirements for all of our infrastructure.
Thank you, madam. Okay.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, CFO, for the presentation. So all the figures in red, the negative deficit. So as at today, we will have to go into the reserves.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, not necessarily. It's going to require planning when we get into the 2025 budget. So we're going to need to look at a variety of different options. There's many tools available, and we'll have to have those through various discussions. I would assume that the Audit and Budget Committee in the future would be involved in that as well. So we will come up with many different options to put forward for council's consideration.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair for the second question. So what is in terms of aging infrastructures? Would that all those have been factored in for maintenance of our infrastructures? Why that came to my mind is the incident that happened in Calgary. And, they pipe burst or whatever affected their water system. So that got me thinking, how good is that situation? Would you be able to answer, or would that be one of the we've covered those kind of infrastructure in our plan?
No, through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, that is what we're trying to accomplish, is a full inventory and a plan to address maintenance, replacement, disposal. We're not there yet. Like, this is a massive amount of data, and we don't have a formal system. We have 25 different data sources at this point in time, but that is where we're trying to get to. And then where I mentioned that we're about $60 million behind in our maintenance, we want to make sure we're responsibly maintaining all of our assets, so things like that are remediated before they happen.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Councilor Cardinal?
I think CA wanted to say something.
So back to the kind of the deficits, Laura. I know that flood mitigation is not complete, and are we going to have to divulge into some reserve funding for the flood mitigation, do you believe?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, the flood mitigation budget has already been factored in and is included in that contributed to capital line. So we've already planned out the flood mitigation specifically, but it's part and parcel of the very large capital plan we have.
Yeah, I understand we've planned it out, but we've significantly went over budget every time. So I just kind of wanted to just ask that question, really, because we're way over budget on their flood mitigation. So,
well, through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, there's been a few different things over the course of flood mitigation. There's been annual budget allocated to it. There have been asks throughout the year for additional funding. This has been ongoing for many years. And when additional funding was identified to be needed, it would have been funded out of the Capital Infrastructure Reserve. So it's a combination of annual budget process and then anything that's approved at council from the CIR.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. And just going through it, Laurie, a few things. Just the motion Councilor Boussier put forward tonight, I think that will make a significant change in our deficit. We talk about divulging ourselves of assets that we're not using or buildings that we're not using. And then two of the big line items I see are the dip and roads that we're responsible for. So we look up to 250 million right there. So we can get that successful in that appeal, as well as possible with working with the province on these roads and industry to take care of them, not us. I think that should hopefully straighten us out a little better. And hopefully if we can get this done, we can get another update that looks a little happier.
Yes.
CEO?
I just wanted to make sure that council understands that what Laurie's presented tonight is a snapshot in time. And it's a snapshot today. So this document is going to continue to evolve, and this program is going to continue to evolve and continue to be better populated with better information. And as we do that, we'll be able to produce this plan on an ongoing basis. And what we want to use this plan for is to articulate what we need in our budget, but also to articulate to the provincial government what we need in funding. And one of the things that is clear from just the basic first stab at this plan is that council is going to have to make some hard decisions going forward regarding funding and how we fund some of those projects.
Thank you, CEO. Do we have any other questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Laurie. Do we have any other delegates?
We have no registered delegates for this item.
Thank you. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Weigel.
I move that the asset management plan be accepted as information for future planning purposes.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Thank you for the second, Councillor Ball. Is there any other debate, discussion, or comments from council? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. Thank you, Laurie. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next up, we have the report on Draper Voluntary Buyout Asset Deposition. I'd like to invite Kelly Hansen and Elliot White, Organizational Support Services, to introduce the report.
We lost sound check? Sound check?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kelly Hansen, Director of Organizational Support Services. I'm here with my colleague, Elliot White, from the Project Management Office. Tonight, we'll be presenting to you on the Draper Voluntary Buyout Asset Disposition Report and Administrative Recommendations. This evening's report will provide information to assist Council with the decision associated with the disposition of assets purchased as a part of the Draper Voluntary Buyout Program. The information will cover the following categories: administrative recommendations, brief background on the history of the project, outline of the options that have been considered to date, review of the risks associated with the options, and a discussion of the budget implications. With consideration of the complexity associated with this topic, we felt it was important to provide our administrative recommendation at the onset of the presentation. As such, administration is recommending that we be directed to proceed with the following: demolish the residential buildings, accessory structures, and complete all related site cleanup of all 9 properties acquired in the Draper community through the Voluntary Buyout Program, manage the demolition process and salvaging where reasonable for the purpose of diverting to the landfill, complete demolitions no later than January 31st, 2025, with site cleanup of all 9 properties and the conclusion of the Voluntary Buyout Program to be completed by June 30th, 2025, and for planning and development services, planning and development to appropriately rezone all 9 properties acquired in the Draper Voluntary Buyout Program to reduce the risk associated with additional residents and structures in a flood hazard area. In 2023, there were a number of key milestones for the Draper Voluntary Buyout Program. Some of the most recent include the following. January 23, 2023, Council passed a motion which confirmed flood accommodation as the approved flood mitigation option for the community of Draper. As part of that same council meeting, administration was directed to return to council with possible voluntary buyout options. On March 14th, 2023, administration returned to council and presented voluntary buyout options. Council directed administration to conduct appraisals on all properties interested and eligible for the voluntary buyout program and to return and report back to council. On July 11th, 2023, administration returned to council to provide 2 options for proceeding with the voluntary buyout program. Ultimately, council provided administration with direction to proceed with offering the immediate voluntary buyout of properties with dwellings at a main floor elevation of 250.9 meters or less in Draper, and that the voluntary buyout be offered until September 12th, 2023. On February 27th, council made a motion that administration bring forward options for lands acquired as a part of the Draper voluntary buyout for council's considerations, options to include properties through real estate listings. This brings us to this evening. We're here to present to council with an update on the options that could be considered. I'll now hand it over to Elliot, who will provide an overview of the asset disposition options which have been considered.
Thanks, Kelly. Following the July 11th, 2023 council meeting, administration retained a technical consultant as well as a cost consultant and a contractor to review the options. They provided cost estimates. Sorry, I need some water here. They provided cost estimates and provided recommendations that considered the flood mitigation best practices, as well as regulatory framework and flood-prone areas. The regulatory framework included the municipal land use bylaw, particularly the SH, Small Holdings District, for authorized and compatible uses, the definition of habitable rooms, and the provincial regulations regarding future eligibility for a disaster recovery program or DRP grant funding. The analysis was based on the report called the Guidelines for Improving Flood Resistance for Existing Buildings by the National Resource Council of Canada. Class D probable cost estimates with an accuracy of -30%, +50%, for the various options were prepared by the cost consultants with input from a building raising and relocation contractor. 4 options were considered. First, demolition with salvage employed where reasonable, demolition without consideration for salvage, residential building relocation, elevating residential buildings, including wet proofing of the basements and utilities. Lot grading and elevation adjustments were also considered for each lot. It's assumed that the buildings, would be demolished and fill brought in to create a building pad to an elevation of 250.9. Demolition cost estimates were based on using standard construction equipment to knock down the structures, loading and hauling debris to the RMWB landfill, and then leveling and filling the voids. For the demolition and salvage option, the salvage materials is an add-on to the demolition option and includes removing materials that may be of value on the resale market. This could include light fixtures, plumbing fittings, HVAC equipment, doors, windows, etc. Residential building relocation cost estimates included dismantling of larger buildings, transportation of the structures from Draper to Highway 63, and the cost to stitch the building back together at their new location. Elevating and wet-proofing residential buildings Elevating and wet-proofing residential buildings cost estimates considered temporarily supporting the building and then vertically extending foundation walls to the new compliant elevation. The principles of wet floodproofing include moving all electrical and mechanical building systems above the 250.9 meter elevation. So the following is a table that outlines the viable options for each individual property in consideration of the best practices for development within the flood hazard area and regulatory framework. Viable versus not viable was determined by comparing the cost estimates of the alternative option, i.e. relocation, lift, and wet proof. And we would compare these cost estimates with the appraised value. If the cost of the option was more than the appraised value, it was deemed not viable. As the table indicates, administration's recommended option of demolition with consideration for salvage is viable for all 9 properties. The probable cost estimate for this option is approximately $700,000. Demolition would occur before January 31st, 2025, with final site cleanup occurring prior to June 30th, 2025. While salvaging could provide the benefit of diverting some materials from the landfill, doing so introduces risks to the completion schedule timeline. If salvaging is not employed, completion timelines could be shortened, and any risks associated with the activity will further delay. Risks associated with further delay, and it would be minimized. The third option, to relocate the residential buildings, is not viable for 8 of the 9 buildings. For the 1 building that is potentially viable, the cost estimate to relocate the home within Draper is comparable to the appraised value of the building. The appraised value is $615,000, where the relocation cost is approximately $611,000. This option would potentially save the overall cost of demolition. However, there would be residual operational and maintenance cost until the sale is completed. For the other 8 buildings, the estimated cost of relocating the buildings exceeded the appraised value of the buildings. The relocation of the structure requires buyers that are willing to dismantle the structures for relocation, have available land parcels to place the structures on, and buyers who are willing to take on the risk doing so. Lastly, this option could take years to complete if the municipality attempts to achieve full net value of the assets and is dependent on the availability of the buyers in the real estate market. The fourth option considered was elevating and wet-proofing the residential buildings. Of the 5 lots that elevated and wet-proofing is viable, the cost of doing so was approximately $1.9 million, which could net the municipality approximately $200,000 per structure. However, the cost associated with elevating and wet-proofing does not consider the following. It does not consider refinishing the basements, nor does it consider auxiliary items such as egress and ingress from the structure. It doesn't consider supplementary site grading, reconstruction of decks and patios. The viability of this option is determined when comparing the cost of this option with the total appraised value. While it's possible the RMWB could recoup some of the costs by pursuing this option, deposition could take several years to complete, as it's assumed this option would include selling the structures and lots on the real estate market. Similar to the relocation option, this option requires buyers that are willing to complete the work and take the risks of doing so. These associated risks was transpired in a reduction of the net proceeds back to the municipality. This option also carries risks and liabilities that the structures may flood prior to sale. There were other considerations as well. We looked at lot grading and elevation adjustments to the lots on a lot-by-lot basis. This included determining the amount of imported fill required to raise the site of the existing building pad to create a new building pad at an elevation above 250.9. While this option is viable for 5 of the lots, in order to do so would include the demolition of the existing structure and then building up the existing pad for construction of a new residential building. Like the previous option of relocating or elevating, the responsibility, cost, and risks associated with lot grading and elevation adjustments would be borne by the potential future landowners. The cost of moving the existing structure within the same site was also explored, and it outweighs the value of the structure, therefore making lot grading for the purpose of relocating within the site not economically viable. Finally, while not recommended by administration, should council wish to sell the lot parcels after demolition of the buildings, the estimated maximum sale proceeds are $1.91 million. This is the appraised land value of the 9 lots. This figure is based on recent appraisal value evaluations and will be subject to variabilities, including but not limited to the local real estate market conditions in Draper, which may or may not have been affected by the VBO process. It is recommended that should council opt to sell any of the 9 properties, the sale should be accompanied. The sale should be accompanied with a registration of a restricted covenant prohibiting residential building redevelopment unless the main floor joists are above 250.9. With this restrictive covenant, at least 4 of the lots could not be reasonably. With the restrictive covenant, at least 4 of the lots could not reasonably be redeveloped for residential dwelling without significant site regrading and cost. It should be noted that the development restriction could have an impact on expected sale proceeds from these lots.
We'd like to take a moment to now speak about the risks associated with alternative options that have just been spoken to. During the July 11th, 2023 meeting where Council directed administration to proceed with offering immediate voluntary buyouts of properties with dwellings with a main floor elevation of 250.9 or less, the intent of the motion was to remove residents from living in a flood hazard area. Allowing more people to live and reside within a flood hazardous area, particularly where there's a single point of emergency egress, was identified as a risk. There's a reputational risk with the public perception that the municipality, having purchased the homes for the purpose of reducing risk and then returning people to the same, albeit different, risk profile based on the completion of flood accommodation. With prompt disposition of the Draper assets, would remove administration's time demands and oversight of the voluntary buyout program in a more timely manner. Retaining these assets has a continuing cost for maintenance, utilities, insurance, as well as administrative activities. We'll now speak to the budget and financial implications. The cost to proceed with the demolition and salvage of all 9 voluntary buyout properties is estimated at approximately $700,000. This is based on a Class D estimate. The 2023 appraisal value of the 9 land parcels without the buildings is at $1.91 million. Should council opt to sell these properties after demolition of the residential buildings, the estimated maximum sale proceeds are $1.9 million. Administration is not recommending the sale of the 9 land parcels. There is no additional budget required to proceed with demolition. As directed by council, administration has reviewed the feasibility of alternative options for the 9 properties acquired through the VBO program. While lifting and wetproofing could be viable options for some of the homes, it's not being recommended by administration for the reasons that have been spoken to this evening. Administration is recommending demolition and salvage where reasonable of residential buildings, accessory structure, and completing the site cleanup of all 9 properties, aiming to have those demolitions completed by January 31st, 2025, and site cleanup by June 30th, 2025. Lastly, to reduce the overall community risk to flood hazard, administration is recommending that planning and development work to provide the appropriate rezoning for all 9 parcels. Thank you, and we'd welcome any questions.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Elliot. Do you have any questions from council? Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I've got a number of questions, I guess. You mentioned rezoning. To what? Rezone to what land use? Hello, can you hear me or no?
Yeah, Amanda's going to answer that, Ken.
Through the chair to the question, planning and development has done a desktop analysis, I would say, of the potential zones that could be included down here. A few of them that we're considering could be environmental preservation, parks and recreation as examples. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the idea would be to create, I guess, 9 mini little parks down in that area, which we probably wouldn't utilize, I assume. It'd be more grass to cut. Yes or no?
Through the chair to the question, in some cases, they wouldn't necessarily be parks per se. They could be land that's just integrated into the surrounding land uses. For example, with the environmental preservation, it could just be left. But you're right, there could be a couple that are converted into recreational areas, but that hasn't been decided.
Okay. So I guess we've had this conversation about the 250.9, and I think we all realize that maybe that might not have been the right number, but it is what it is. Considering a 1 in 200 flood is 250.4, and 250.9 is an engineered solution to protect to 250.4. How many houses fall between 250.4 and 250.9? Or how many of these 9?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, we'd need time to pull that information together for you, but we could certainly do that.
Okay, while you're pulling that together, how many fall between 250 and 250.9? Because 250 is what's mandated for flood protection for the province. Our previous council bumped it up to 1 to 200. And what I'm getting at is I realize you've stated there are some risks, but the province has labeled the risks at 1 to 100, not 1 to 200. We're leaving those risks at 1 to 200 plus flood mitigation. And what I kind of want to ask about the comments relative to risks, if someone can answer this, how many houses were eligible for purchase in this program? Was it 17?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, there were 18 properties that were made available to consider the voluntary buyout. And that's what was presented within this program. I think, again, when we're talking about the 250.9, that is the criteria that was used as a part of this particular voluntary buyout program. We will work to pull those other details for you.
Okay, so we're saying if we were to resell these properties, and I'm just asking the questions, I'm not decided on what we should do with this, but if we're asking to resell these or potentially resell these properties, we could take on some inherent risks. Well, 9 of the people there, half of the people part of this program have that risk. Does that mean that we're accepting a risk there, or are they? Because I'm confused. Like, if we were to sell a property to somebody else, we don't now take on the risk of 9 properties, we take on the risk of 1, or is it 9? Because this was a voluntary buyout. This wasn't anything else. We didn't demand them to leave. Otherwise, we would have bought 18.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, I would say the evolution of this program has taken a number of years. And so the original recommendation, I believe council of that time considered the overall purchase of the whole of the community. It then evolved to a number of select properties with the criteria that you're seeing today. Through the process of the program being built, administration took a number of steps to very clearly articulate what our position was from a flood mitigation approach, which is flood accommodation. Flood accommodation recognizes that that area would see potential flooding and that the municipality would be limiting what we'd be investing in the area from a municipal assets perspective. Through that process, we've also clearly articulated to any of those residents who have properties in the areas that fit within the criteria of the program, that they had the opportunity to participate in the program. Should they choose not to participate in the program, they have provided us with written response that they're not participating in the program. Secondary to that, there was a grant program that was put in place that allowed those residents that are remaining to consider some household adjustments that they could put on their properties. So as a municipality, from a risk perspective, we've clearly articulated some options for those that were within the risk threshold used, which is the 250.9. That's been documented differently than maybe was present when we initiated these conversations. And so from a municipal risk perspective, there are additional measures that have been put in place municipally for what future events might look like.
I'm getting a bit lost on that, but I still believe 250.9 is a 1 in 350. We haven't seen a 1 in 200 in over 200 years. So I'm struggling at what the risk is and on these properties. Obviously, if it's below 1 in 100 and it can't be mitigated to above 1 in 100, which is what the province mandates, dispose of the properties.
Maybe Councillor Ball, that might be
curious.
That might be something for debate and commenting after. I'm not sure.
I had a question associated with it, but I was getting there.
Okay,
how
go
many
ahead.
Of these properties? How many of these properties could be? And I think I asked it, but I didn't get an answer. How many of these properties could fall into a resale category if they were above that 1 in 100, which is, I believe, 250.5 if you include the engineered solution with the extra 0.5 meter of freeboard, because 1 to 250 is the 1 in 100-year flood.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, we have the information that you asked about. We have 3 structures between 250.4 and 250.9. So that would be the difference between the 1 in 100 and 1 in 200.
But that includes your freeboard on 250.4, correct?
The 0.5 comes from freeboard.
Yeah. So, but the flood elevation for 1 in 100 is 250, correct? So you have 3 properties there, so how many fall between 250 and 250.4?
I can, sorry, through the chair to Councilor Ball, we can get that information.
Okay.
And, yeah,
You can move on, you can come back.
okay.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Ball. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. How long have the homes been sitting empty?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, the final closing date was mid-December of 2023. I can get the precise date if you'd like, but mid-December was the final closing date.
Thank you.
Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir, for giving me a chance. Madam, very fine presentation, lot of work, both of you competent presenters. I just want to ask you the difference between once you said 9 buyouts and the second time 18 properties buyout. So what's the difference lies?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, thanks for the question. It also allows me the opportunity to correct myself. So 18 properties, 17 homes was the actual number, so I apologize for that error. 18 properties with 17 homes is what was made available through the program. Ultimately, individuals took decisions and 9 properties moved forward with the voluntary buyout.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. One of the options you presented would allow or suggest maybe salvage of some of the materials. So, and if I remember correctly, there was one where the salvage amounted to about 15K, right? During the meeting we had.
Through the chair to the question, are you referring to the report that's attached to the? Yeah.
Yes. So my just not to distract you, my question then is what, for instance, if we were to think about, if we were to look at that option, what is the potential return on all the efforts and risks attached to salvage? What can we expect in terms of any figure for the 9 houses?
Yeah, through the chair to the question, we didn't do necessarily an exercise at, looking at individual fixtures and doors and things of that nature. What would happen is that if we were to move to demolition and salvage, we would allow the market to inspect all the homes for the purposes of doing both those activities. When they submit their price, they would then, the expectation is that their price would then be lowered based on what they see as market value of those items. So the estimate of $700,000 is based on no salvaging, and there's no current estimate as to what we would see in the salvage option.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
And then the second question through the chair again is, when we talk about possibly rezoning the area, is agriculture one of the options of what could be done on the lands if we acquire them? Why I'm asking that is, one of the things that I believe we are looking at is how we can diversify and have other things that people can do to make a living in this region. And I believe there have been farming before at Draper, so I'm just wondering if that's one of the possibilities.
Through the chair to the question, that's something that we can definitely consider and take back with Planning and Development Services.
Thank you. I would like to, through the chair, I would like to see whoever will help to get a feedback on that possibility, just to have that. Thank you.
Through the chair, just for further context, that was a comment that was also provided through some of the conversations with the community. I would share with you, I know we were reviewing kind of the feedback the last couple of days, and there were at least 3 individuals that had flagged that for consideration as well.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. So please, it would be nice if council can get the report. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bajoko. And Ellie, did you have that information for Councilor Ball?
Through the chair to the mayor, I do. I'm going to just pull it up from my trusty phone here. Through the chair to Councilor Ball, we have 6 homes in total between the elevations of 250.0 and 250.9. It's split evenly. 3 of them are between 250 and 250.4, and the other 3 are above 250.4, in between 250.4 and 250.9.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Elliot.
Yep.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to Elliot and Kelly. I guess my concern is we talked about safety, and if it was about the safety, and this is maybe piggybacking on Councillor Ball's comments, if it was all about safety, why wouldn't we have used that ugly word called expropriation and force people out? And I hate using the word force, but
I think we're looking at, I'm just going to pass over legal services, but I think we have to look at, be careful with the motion that we made and kind of going back and changing that. But I see Chris's lights on there, Councilor Boussier.
Yeah, to respond to Councillor Boussier's question through the chair, expropriation is an option so long as there's a council-defined policy that articulates the need for the community and that it must be demonstrated to be in the interests of the municipality. So part of what we saw in the presentation tonight was the effect of ratcheting this matter forward, first coming to council and addressing the downtown flood mitigation and in waterways, and then coming forward and getting council to endorse the flood accommodation in the Draper community. And then finally coming back to council and having this council make a motion to go forward with the voluntary buyout program. So there was a series of steps, and expropriation was never discussed nor considered to be in alignment with all of those steps in the policy process. If council wanted to go that route, then my advice would have been to bring this back and add more clear language to acquiring properties for the clear stated municipal goal. But in this case, council went forward with the voluntary process and avoided the mandatory expropriation route.
Thank you, Chris. No, and I recognize that, but we throw the wording around about safety and all that, and given that it's voluntary, I would question whether it was a decision or a strategy based on safety. Maybe it was more on convenience and helping some folks out. So where I'm going with this is, what's stopping someone from coming forward and saying, you know what, I want to buy this house. I know it was on the voluntary buyout list. I'm okay accepting the flood risk. I understand flooding in McMurray, and I would like to buy this property.
Again, responding to Councillor Boussier's through the chair, there was a slide on the slide deck that explained some of the concerns with having acquired the property through the voluntary buyout program being inconsistent with council's decision to go in July with the voluntary buyout. So that while council is always open to revisit and change its direction on any matter, the reputational risk, the direction that was articulated in those previous council decisions, the decision to just then sell the properties without having done any change or alteration would potentially expose this council to questions of acting, and I hate to use the word, but in bad faith. In other words, a decision was made, actions were taken, a result occurred, and now there's effectively a revisit of the council decision that was made in July of 2023. That's why in this report, there were clear directions that were included to take steps that would be consistent with what essentially was a council decision to manage risk to homes in the Draper community. And that's really where council ended up, I think, was delivering on a risk management program, which was also articulated as flood accommodation.
No, I appreciate that, Chris. I guess I make mistakes every day. I'm sure council, you could argue the council in Calgary may have made a mistake with that whole blanket zoning policy. I mean, you had a majority of Calgarians speak out against it, and you had majority of the council vote against it. So where I'm coming with this is, if there's an opportunity to recover some of the funds that we spent on this voluntary buyout, if there's, I guess, is there legal ramifications if council decided tonight to allow the sale of some of these properties outside of like maybe acting in bad faith or whatever the legal term you were speaking of?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussières, there's always legal ramifications in the sense that there may be parties who believe that they've been aggrieved in the process. And the bigger party is perhaps the community at large, where if we were to sell at an amount perhaps lower than the acquisition amount, that would potentially bring with it reputational risk and possibly a legal challenge. It's difficult, and the courts are reluctant to tackle or take on municipal councils, elected officials, where they're acting in good faith. But there is that small window of potential legal action if it's perceived or demonstrated to the satisfaction of a court that a council may have acted contrary to its own objectives. And so I can't give you a definitive position on that. Council will ultimately have to decide, the route to go in handling these properties. I think administration's tried to provide council with full information on carrying costs and seeking timely answers for the community. But there is this potential exposure if in acquiring the properties, council simply turns around and puts them back on the market without affecting any change to respond to the flood mitigation risk.
Okay, and just final question for now, through the chair back to the presenters. Do we know how many properties actually took on water?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussières, not information that we have available.
Did you have any other questions, Councillor Bussières?
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood Kelly. Did she say we don't have that information or we do? I thought she said we do have it.
She said she didn't have that information, sir.
Okay. Yeah, that's it for now.
Thank you. Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. So correct me if I'm wrong. We're going to, option 1, demolish, remove, salvage whatever parts we can, take to the dump, and then fill in the hole, the basement, right? And then raise it up to 250.
Through the chair to the question, we would stop at filling the hole. So we demolish, landfill, fill the hole.
Perfect, because I wasn't gonna go, but yeah, okay, perfect. Thank you.
Do you have any other questions from council? Councillor Dogar, is your light new? Do you have a question?
Sorry, no. Thank you, sir. I don't.
Thank you. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Has there been, through the chair to the presenters or to anyone in administration, is there any precedence or any example that we know of a community like ours that did VBO, voluntary buyout, and then turned around to sell?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, I'm not familiar with any cases where there was communities that turned around and resold the properties on a public real estate market.
Especially without changing any form, because...
Again, through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, there's not communities that I'm familiar with that have done so.
Okay, because in as much as one would like to recover as much as possible, is it the risk that we are reacquiring if we go that route? That was why I wanted to know the legal implication and contractually, if we are selling, what would be the legal implication? Can you just sell anything?
Through the chair again to Councillor Banjoko, it's improvident, and I can't give you the definitive answer to the legal risk, but I will put it to you this way. There was sufficient risk to support council taking the step last July to move forward with the voluntary buyout program. I would argue that that risk hasn't changed. When you look at the measures that have been discussed this evening, you're starting to get into the 1 in 100, the 1 in 200, and freeboard. All of those things were before you last year when you made your decision. So arguably, nothing's changed. You move forward with the decision to acquire. 9 properties were acquired, and now you're discussing the opportunity or possibility of taking those same properties and reselling them, all again with the same risk that you accepted last year in the decision. So I leave it with council to weigh those risks in those circumstances.
Thank you. And through the chair again, so if we were to change the situation, we would need to raise the properties. And that's at, I think, about 1.9 million. Oh.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, if there was a decision of council to consider selling the properties on the real estate market, we'd need to consider what parameters would be put in place around that. Okay. I think the other piece that's not yet been discussed this evening is when we look at the timeline of getting to the point of decision for even putting the voluntary buyout program in place. I guess moving towards potentially putting properties on the public real estate market, we'd need to consider what parameters could be put in place to accompany that type of a decision so that we understand, what would be an agreeable cost variance that we would potentially sell the properties on and close them on. Then from a municipal standpoint, we'd need to continue to care for those properties in the interim. So there's costs associated with we're maintaining insurance. The average cost for maintaining the properties in the winter months for the period that we had them was 10 to 15. I think it was 10 to 15,000 per property in maintaining those. We're also putting staff time into inspecting and being out on the property. So again, those are things that could be considered and should be considered when taking the decision.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Bowman.
Thank you, Councilor Bajoko. Councilor Cardinal? Oh, hit it again.
Thanks, Mayor. I really liked Lance's question there about how many homes are actually damaged by water, because if they're not damaged, why do we want to get rid of them? I think we can get some funds back from it if that's possible, but is that an option? Because if they're not damaged, why demolish them?
Maybe that's better for debate, Councilor Cardinal. Thanks. Councilor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. I just curious. I heard about demolishing and stuff. Like, I think our good friend, the lawyer, I think we closed those deals mostly before Christmas. And now talking about putting them out to market and leaving them there or something like that. In our journey,
Councilor McGrath, sorry, can you turn your camera on there?
It's not working.
Okay, thank you.
So I wondered, in their journey, did we reach out to, like, just a pilot program? If a community needed homes, like, I like the decommissioning, because I think the whole spirit of this buy them out was just ask the administration, what would be our legal risk if we were to do, like, put them on the real estate market?
Again, through the chair to Councilor McGrath, that's a very similar question, I think, that I responded to with respect to Councilor Boussier's question. And so I don't want to try and repeat it at the risk of not being in alignment with what I've already advised. But simplistically, Council made a decision last July. The risk was X. You're now revisiting this matter. The risk remains X.
And I guess, Chris, I get so much on my mind at times, I just don't know. Like, if I bought my house, the city bought my house, and 8 months later, I'm able to buy the house back at a reduced rate or something. It seems kind of sketchy, but I don't know much other than we bought some land and now we're talking about it. I'm just wondering, are we exposing ourselves to, well, criticism you're going to get every day, but something don't seem right, unless the person buys the house, they have no choice but to move it, but that's the whole intention. That's why we bought them, I thought.
And to respond again through the chair, you've heard from administration that there have been recommendations that would change. One of the things you would look at to say, what did we do and achieve that actually changed the situation from where we bought this property last year, or we made the proposal. And one of the recommendations is to add a restrictive covenant to any of the properties going forward, so that any rebuild on those parcels would have to comply with the covenant. So it would say whatever number you felt was warranted, whether it was the 1 in 100, the 1 in 200, the 1 in 200 with freeboard, any one of those options, the restrictive covenant would bind the future owner to rebuilding at that level. The only issue that then remains is what would you do with the existing properties if they weren't demolished? So the covenant works very well with the demolition option. It works very well with even reselling if a new home would be built. The only remaining issue is what happens if you were to sell and somebody said, well, I'm just going to remain in the property. Yeah. Then that's the case where, in effect, nothing that council had done in acquiring the property will have changed that risk profile. The risk that existed last year at the time of the acquisition, following those parameters, will still be the same today. And I believe that's where administration has come back with the recommendation of demolition, because it's the only method that actually guarantees you get an outcome that ends up with homes that will exceed the 250.9 meter elevation that council started with last year.
I certainly appreciate that, Chris, because like someday I'll be able to talk a little bit better. But you explain things well. But I guess back to somebody from administration. Like just behind that area, there's. I was just wondering if there was a social agency that would just. It seems to me we'd have no other choice, but when the deal was done, the homes would be gone in the spirit of the motion that came forward. Because we actually, I just don't want to see. I think it was back in 2010. I think one of those families moved a second time because we never used 2 lots of Fitzgerald, 2 nice lots. And that's why I asked, but I certainly appreciate the explanation.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair, I guess, to our lawyer, Chris. Chris, you mentioned that in good faith, if we bought a house at this price and sold it at that, maybe I think you said council could be looked upon as council not acting in good faith. Is that kind of the legal terminology used?
Well, through the chair to Councilor Boussier's, if council in acquiring the properties does nothing and then puts them back on the market, that's going to raise the potential specter of a lawsuit and challenging council's direction. And that's where the good faith argument comes in. And I'm uncomfortable in the sense that I'm not here to tell people how to sue the municipality. I'm here to hopefully provide advice to council to say how you can avoid that. And one of the ways that you can't avoid it is to actually do something to these properties after acquiring them. And one of the options recommended was restrictive covenant.
Sorry, Chris. Councilor Dogar, I think you're taking another call. Can you put your phone on mute, please? Go ahead. Sorry, Chris.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, through the chair. If council takes action after acquiring the property so that you can say that you responded to the purpose and intent of the voluntary buyout program, then I think council will mitigate and reduce its potential risk and challenge in what it does. But if council was to just relist and sell properties without any changes or alterations that responded to the flood accommodation program that was approved by council, then I think my belief would be that you would expose yourselves to some litigation risk.
So putting a restricted covenant on a house, if we put it back on the market, would not suffice?
Through the chair, it's one element that will address any future rebuild It doesn't address the existing home that is below the 250.9. But that'll be a council decision whether you believe at this point the work that you've done in either lifting or requiring properties to be lifted. That's another restriction or requirement on a sale. But all of those things could reduce the potential for a sale price, because everything that you do to adjust what someone can do in their property will likely affect the fair market value.
And I believe the value of these homes obviously was based on assessed value for tax purposes. It certainly wasn't market value. And it's my understanding, this might be back to Kelly and Elliot, that there was a house that maybe didn't have permits. So, I mean, you could argue that the value is going to be less than assessed value because of that. I guess where I'm going with this, Chris, and it'll be the last question regarding this potential to sell, but we bought properties assessed value. You could argue whether they're inflated compared to the appraisals that were done at the same time. But if all of a sudden we bought one for $1 million and we sell it for $700, because there's information that wasn't captured at the time of the voluntary buyout that now has come to our attention just due to some more due diligence we've done. Would that be a factor in your legal opinion?
Chair, to Councillor Bussiers, appraisal
all the right to tell
Sorry, sorry, Dogar, we're in a meeting. I'm not sure if you're too busy taking a phone call there, but there's a council meeting going on. Go ahead, Mr. Davis.
Yep. Thank you very much, Your Worship. Through the chair, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought from Councillor Bussiers. He was looking for the assessed information on assessment. So our assessors work to standards and parameters and are accredited in what they do. But it is an art as much as it is a science. And any appraiser will, assessing any property, will come up with different value between appraisers. And that's my experience in decades of expropriation work. One party will get an appraisal, the municipality or the province will get an appraisal. The numbers will not be the same, and that's the basis for many commentaries and further litigation. In this case, council directed administration to go with the assessed value that came out of the 2022 evaluations. So that was consistent across the board. New information can come to light and change appraisal assessed values over time. I don't know that we've come into anything substantive that will change what we've learned about these properties. They did get adjusted in the course of the buyout with some chattels being removed with the consent of the municipality. But generally the properties have remained intact pending council's ultimate determination on how you'd like to proceed with the ultimate disposition of these properties.
Okay, I just comment, Chris, I think through the chair, I think we allowed folks to take chattels from a home that's not normal removal in an ordinary real estate contract, correct? You said there were some chattels, so I think it's just not like a fridge or stove.
Through the chair to respond to that, Councillor, we did do a holdback of approximately $15,000, and that was held to compensate for what we believe to be damages to the property. Whether it should have been more, or less. It's not uncommon in real estate transactions to do a holdback where it appears that the vendor has caused some damage. And that's what we ended up doing in the one property I think you may be referring to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Is there any other questions from Council for Administration? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Elliot. Do we have any delegates to this item?
We do, Mr. Mayor. We have, I believe, 3 registered delegates.
Brandon? Brandon? So Brandon, if you just want to say your name for the record when you're on the mic, and just you have 5 minutes to present, and just remain seated for questions after, please.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Council Mayor, I'm Brandon House, and I'm here today to describe to you my frustrations with the Draper flood accommodations and the recommendation for the voluntary buyouts. So I want to start by telling you a story of a young man, 21 years old, who moved from the East Coast to Fort McMurray in 2011 with a dream of having a nice house, nice things, nice garage, lots of land. That young man secured himself an all-stands job and worked and saved for 8 years to buy his dream home. In 2019, he did just that. That young man was me. I purchased my home in Draper, a new wildfire rebuilt home on 2.5 acres with a triple bay garage, a walkout basement, a legal suite. There's promises of water, sewer, and natural gas. Before I purchased anything, I do my due diligence. And for this purchase, I contacted the Planning and Development Department to find out if the home that I was interested in purchasing was above or below the 250-meter elevation. The 250-meter elevation at the time was the flood elevation for in 2019. The Planning and Development Department printed off all the permits and surveys and said that the survey showed my basement floor at 250.2 meters. And it was zoned country residential, meaning that the elevation was above 250-meter elevation. They referenced the land use bylaw, which had a flood map, and my property was not on it. In 2020, Draper flooded. My home did not flood, which gave me a false sense that the Planning and Development Department did their job with excellence. That false sense of excellence vanished when the RMWB surveyed my property for the voluntary buyouts. The buyout came back, or the survey came back at 89 centimeters lower than what was disclosed to me in the documentation from the city. I challenged this new survey and asked for a redo. That was when a guy named Dennis Vroom and such, I can't pronounce his last name, phoned me and told me that my house was never surveyed after completion. That was when, when asked if the document was given to me by the Planning and Development Department, he said it was a draft where the house is going to be built and not a survey at all. I asked them what the requirements were, and they told me the final survey is supposed to be filed within a year of completion, and that the RMWB never reminded the previous owner or the home builder to have it sent in because they wanted to relax the system for the wildfire rebuilds. So here I am today. My nightmare continues. I've given up my dream of a home on an acreage. I do the required maintenance and nothing else. I've been in the house for almost 5 years and it's still not furnished. It is disheartening to think about what it could have been. The Draper flood accommodation has been no help. I was not offered a buyout, and the costs associated with the grant program make it unaffordable for me. The frustration part is knowing that 621C Draper Road was purchased in 2022 for $805,000 and was purchased and the voluntary buyout for $1.1 million, a $338,000 profit for those owners. It was originally not on the buyout list, but somehow it managed up on it after an inspector came back and did another measurement. There was no basement in that home, and the damage would have been minimal. Another home somehow received a buyout. It was illegally built, had no permits. It was purchased for $667,000. It was never finished or occupied. I'm a law-abiding citizen who was duped by the institution who should have been here to protect them. For me to receive $45,000 in funding, I need to have permits and prove everything is legal. But yet that person was able to get away with $667,000 for an illegally built home. 6725 was on the hillside of Draper. It's floor joists, yes, we're below 250.9, but the road would have protected it. It was purchased for $871,000. Another home that had her tax assessment increased by $81,000 before it was bought out, and used that number. Another home had their tax assessment increased by $117,000. I've FOIP'd all kinds of information on these homes to find this out. The voluntary buyout was the only requirement was to receive hundreds of thousands of dollars was to have a heating system in place. Yet I have a one-bedroom legal suite fully permitted, and I've yet to receive a dime, and I can't afford to do the recommendations to accept the funding from the grant program. My home, being a walkout, my foundation is partially wood, meaning the structural integrity of my home would be catastrophic were to flood. Back in 2020, local hardware stores were not allowed to sell any material that was under floodwaters, but somehow my wooden foundation that supports my whole house can magically withstand the same waters and hold up an enormous amount of weight and still be safe to live in. The presentation showed me the same information I disclosed to you all in February in those emails. I am willing to bet that that information would not be disclosed today if I already didn't do it. That should show my credibility and my plea for more help to you today. To see the recommendation to demolish all those voluntary buyout homes is astonishing to me. There's a national housing crisis, and this is the best answer. If we're too costly to do wet proofing or relocation of those homes, what indication is that for me for my home? I am a direct neighbor to those properties. A homeowner whose walkout basement with a legal suite now sits 6 feet underwater if it were to flood. Out of those 8 properties in my cluster, only 3 were not offered a buyout. If we have demo all those homes, what does it say to the future potential buyer of my home? If it's too costly to wet-proof those homes, how do you expect me to wet-proof mine, especially with only $45,000? If you can't relocate those homes, how am I supposed to save mine? In 2020, I had a conversation with Layla Goodridge, who was my MLA at the time. She told me to lift and retreat, meaning move my home. She said the Alberta government was not going to help me. Rick McIver emailed me and said the best he could offer was a DRP of $500,000 if I did flood. If these offers are too costly for administration to complete, who, by the way, has hundreds of millions of dollars in the bank, how am I supposed to do it? I have reached out to all 3 levels of government for help, and over the last 4 years, I'm still reaching. The presentation today also talks about the homes that may flood again prior to resale.
Sorry, Brandon, we're in 6 minutes.
Okay.
We have some questions from council. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Brandon, did you have a lot left?
Another couple paragraphs, yeah, this last page.
Can you sum it up for us in 30 seconds, please?
Yeah, so there's pretty much that all 3 levels of government have left me high and dry. I have a fully permitted home. I have a legal basement suite. Homes were bought out without, permits and whatnot. And for $45,000, I cannot do any recommendations that administration has asked me to do. One quote for just to move my furnace out of the basement, that's just to move furnace and ducting, is $30,000. I need to build a separate room on the end of my house to be able to put the furnace in because there's no other way to do it. That's not included in that $30,000 cost. Then on my electrical, my basement's still there, a legal suite underwater, potentially. There's people living in it. It's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to fix if it were to flood.
Thanks, Councilor Weigel. Do you have any other questions from council? Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks, Brandon, for your presentation. How many centimeters did you say you were over? Under, sorry. Over? I'm
under 180, I have to do the math, 189 centimeters is what I'm under for my basement. So the numbers in my little speech here was that I was told my basement floor was 250.2 centimeters, but when it was surveyed for the voluntary buyouts, it was actually disclosed to me to be 249.31, which was 89 centimeters lower. So I would never have bought the house in the beginning if I'd known that it was below the 250.0. That's kind of my argument here, right? So I was duped into buying this house, being told it was above the floodplain, but it's not. And then when we deal with all this, I'm high and dry because I can't flood mitigate my home for $45,000. I can't lift it. The federal government's not doing anything. Provincial government's not doing anything. And with the system you guys put in place for flood accommodation, it's just not enough money. So I'm looking for potentially a conversation to have more help. I can't carry on a conversation with Kelly or Elliot any longer because there's nothing we can agree on because of this motion I guess you guys put in place last year.
So what is it that you recommend? You're against the motion?
If me having a legal basement suite should constitute my basement floor as if it's a habitable space, and if you're buying out homes for safety reasons, a legal suite, my basement floor should have been constituted as the bottom of my main floor joist, because somebody's floor joist is my basement floor, right?
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what's the difference between your house elevation and your bottom of your floor joist elevation? Those are two different elevations, obviously.
So I don't remember the bottom of my floor joists because the new survey was wishy-washy because they assumed my floor joists were 12 inches, but then I had a guy come back and remeasure it, but he never did give me the final numbers. I know the top of my floor is somewhere around 252 because it'd be like a 9.5 foot, 10-foot basement, we'll say. Right. And then plus your floor joist would bring it up that much more.
So how did the municipality decide where your floor joist was? Like, how did they get that number?
So they came out and surveyed the house.
Okay.
And then I guess that nobody came in my home. So I'm assuming they just looked at, say, my front door and assumed, so many inches below that. And then I know on the survey itself, it said that floor joists are soon to be 12 inches. And then when I said, well, my floor joists are actually deeper than 12 inches, a guy came back and measured them down. I was like, okay, well, you still don't fall in. Your bottom of your floor joist still don't fall into 250.9 meters.
Gotcha. To administration, would that assumption be right in how it was calculated?
To the chair, what Brandon was saying about how it was measured is pretty much how it was done. We used a surveyor, came in, measured floors. We made an assumption on the floor joist. Anything that was close, we came back and measured the actual depth of the floors.
So his dwelling would have been not considered close, seeing as how no one went into his house.
Well, as he mentioned, his floor is a little bit higher than the 250.9.
Okay.
So he's above the limit.
Okay.
On his main floor, yeah.
Okay, so there was no reason to come back and recheck it. Okay.
No.
Awesome. Brian, what was the response from administration when you found the difference between what was originally asked at a planning and development versus the new survey?
So that's when I had the call from Dennis Froome and such, and they came back, and what I said there was, they just explained that the house was never surveyed. So what was given to me by planning and development was just a drawing of this is where we're going to build a house on the property. And then when the house was completed, it was supposed to have a as-built drawing filed with the city. Mm-hmm. But they said because it was a wildfire rebuild, they were relaxed on all that and didn't think about any future ramifications by not having a final survey done. So like, well, what damage is it going to cause somebody by not charging, like the previous owner would have had to pay, say, $3,000 for a survey.
Right.
So he just went through all this wildfire. Why cause him more grief?
Yep.
But now I'm the one holding the bag by not having that survey done.
That makes sense. So question to administration, is it usually a legal?
Councillor Weigel, do you want to hold the question from administration to when we ask administration questions?
Sure, yep, thanks.
Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for all the many messages, emails, and I think you've done everything you can for your voice to be heard. So I'm just going to ask you a question that maybe I have an idea of the answer. What is your ask? Just
my ask
like
is to be bought out. My ask is to have an offer for voluntary buyout. That's my ask, because I don't see any other option right now of where to flood mitigate my home. If we could build a berm, it's gigantic. If I were to flood, it's catastrophic failure. I mean, a walkout basement means half your foundation is wood. So if all that gets wet, what happens to my main floor and my roof? Does it start sagging? Like, am I going to start having issues in the future? Right? And then to know that people got bought out who had illegal homes really frustrates me. I did everything right.
Thank you. Through the chair again. So if we didn't do the voluntary buyout, would you have felt this way?
No, because I feel we would all be treated equal. That's why. Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Joko. Do you have any other questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Brandon.
Okay.
Next, we have Amber Fort.
Sir, I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
For the last presenter, Councilor Dogar?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Okay, Brandon?
No, nothing. Sorry, my fault. I was late. Presenter is still sitting there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Very fine, very confident presentation. I just want to ask you, you want to go for buyout. Would the prices of the municipality, they would suit you, or you want to give your own estimate for that?
I'll take the same program that was offered to everybody else. I don't expect anything special for me. I just think that having a legal suite and the catastrophic damage with the new flood map put out by the provincial government, my whole property is now underwater at a 1 in 200 year flood, which was not the case first when I bought it either. So if homes are being bought out for safety reasons, then my whole driveway, everything is underwater except for the main floor of my house. So that's another reason to be bought out as well if it's for safety reasons.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councilor Dogar. Amber? And Amber, if you just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present.
My name is Amber Fort, and I'm here with Liz McDonald. It's late. Staff Sergeant with our CMP, and Debbie Henry. She sits on the Board of Directors for Past Due Place. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, Mayor and Council. We are here on behalf of Past Due Place, a non-for-profit organization dedicated to supporting individuals in their journey to recovery from addiction. We are here to discuss the proposed demolition of the houses on Draper Road and to present an alternative that could significantly benefit our community. Instead of proceeding with the demolition, we urge you to consider allowing Past Due Place to utilize 2 of these houses for our post-treatment program. Post-treatment care is not just a continuation of treatment, it's a crucial phase that determines the long-term success of an individual's recovery. After completing initial treatment, individuals face a multitude of challenges as they transition back into everyday life. They need a structured and supportive environment to build on the progress they made during treatment. This is where our post-treatment program steps in, offering a safe and stable living situation coupled with intensive case management and structured programming. In 2005, Past Due Place started offering the post-treatment program. This program emerged in response to a pressing community need for a comprehensive aftercare support. We acknowledge that the hard work of recovery doesn't conclude with the completion of treatment. Rather, it's an ongoing process demanding further assistance to adapt to a new life in sobriety. Our post-treatment program is meticulously structured across 3 distinct phases: stabilization, maintenance, and transition. Throughout the phases, our dedicated client coordinator and peer support positions monitor progress and provide guidance. Our program blends peer support and professional supervision, creating an environment where individuals are accountable to both their peers and trained staff. This accountability is crucial in early recovery, fostering a sense of responsibility and commitment. The demand for a fully staffed, intensively structured and monitored program in our community is substantial. By offering these services in dedicated recovery housing, we can create an environment where individuals feel safe, supported, and motivated to continue their recovery journey. An important aspect of our proposal will be a significant benefit it offers to our local First Nations, Métis, and Indigenous communities. We have met with representatives from several of these nations, and through these discussions, we have identified post-treatment care as a significant gap for members. Having aftercare with a structured program to accept their members as they return to the region after treatment will be invaluable. This initiative not only aligns with our mission, but it also addresses a critical need within these communities, promoting long-term sobriety and overall well-being. Despite having to stop the program due to COVID-19 and infrastructure limitations, the demand for our post-treatment remains high, with consistent inquiries from clients completing treatment. The Alberta government released data for our region stating that in 2023 alone, Fort McMurray had 23 substance-related overdose deaths. While this number can seem rather small compared to larger cities, this is the highest number of deaths Fort McMurray has seen since data was posted in 2016. We need to do more for people who are suffering. One death is too many. We respectfully ask that this decision be paused for a 6-month period so that we can develop a comprehensive proposal and sustainable financial plan. During this time, we will outline the specifics of our approach, including detailed cost estimates, funding strategies, and operational plans. This timeframe will allow us to present a thoroughly researched and viable plan for utilizing the Draper Road houses to their fullest potential. While we recognize that this proposal involves startup costs, we do not anticipate any financial support from the municipality. Our goal is to develop a financial plan that will lead us into a self-sustaining model that ensures the program's longevity and continued success without imposing financial burdens on the municipality. We understand that the houses on Draper are in flood risk zones. Rest assured, our proposal will include a well-thought-out and comprehensive risk mitigation plan to ensure safety of residents in case of flood evacuation is needed. This plan will cover all necessary measures to protect our clients and ensure a smooth and effective evacuation if required. We have such an amazing opportunity here to work together to not only change but save lives. With your support, we can transition these homes into vital assets for our community, providing much-needed care for individuals in recovery and addressing a critical gap in our local First Nations, Métis, and Indigenous communities. Thank you for your consideration and the opportunity to propose this beneficial alternative.
Thank you, Amber. Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you for the presentation. I was for demolishing and but I was also for saving, but I need someone from the public to be able to bring a great idea back to us as council. I guess one of my questions would be to the chair, to the presenters, about how much of a relationship is there with Tuau, because we do have a similar program that's it with Tuau, and how's that relationship piece with the Passpia House and Tuau?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal. Passpia Place and Tuau have a pretty good relationship. We work on mostly referral basis for our clientele. However, they are two very different programs. Tuau is supportive housing for the chronically homeless, where we will be introducing more of an abstinence-based recovery house program. And so while using harm reduction strategies like opioid therapy, so your Sublocade and your Suboxone and stuff like that, there will be a requirement in both houses that there will be no consumptions of any sort of substance.
Thanks. I guess this next one's for legal.
Councillor Cardinal, you need to save your question for legal when it gets past the presenter.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'm good. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Dogar?
No, I didn't.
Sorry, sir, it was by mistake.
Thank you. Councillor Boussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair to Amber. It's been a long night for you, because I think you presented earlier, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. I love the idea. I mean, I'm opposed to demolishing homes down there. I just think it's the wrong thing to do. I guess my only question is, you understand the risk of having a property in that area?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes. We have hired a consultant to help us write up a comprehensive proposal, which will also include risk mitigation plans, whether that is, pausing the program and moving residents for the flooding months, we don't know yet, but it will include something to ensure that our clientele is safe. As you guys know, we were just evac'd for the fire that was recently, and I am actually proud to say that our staff got our clients out of that building within 2 hours. Even clientele from Edmonton, we got them securely to Edmonton, and then when we opened up, it took us about an hour and a half to start taking intakes again. So we are very, very well equipped to deal with crisis like that.
And I'm sure you are, Amber. And certainly for us that have lived here, I mean, we recognize that the flooding doesn't happen overnight. Typically, we have a good idea if there's a possibility of flood, and we typically have lots of time to evacuate and move on if we have a plan in place. So I just wanted to confirm that you're okay with assuming the risk that goes with living in parts of Draper and the downtown. So I do love your idea and I would support it. So we'll see where it goes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bussier. Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you, Amber, and your team for sharing this idea. Certainly a brighter part of the discussion for tonight. And I know I believe you live in Draper, Amber?
I don't.
Okay. You participated in the first discussion earlier on, so I thought you live in Draper. So I was wondering if you know the area and if there has been any thought or identified any place that would be suitable, or this is just a general comment from you?
Through the chair to the councillor, I know Draper. I've lived in Fort McMurray for 20 years now, so I know the community really well. I have not gone down to look at any houses yet. I was just waiting to see what administration's recommendations would be, and then just to bring it up with you guys.
Okay, thank you, and I believe it will be great if we can. This will be a good salvage if it can happen. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Banjoko. Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, sir. I didn't ask for anything.
Your hand's still up, thanks. Councilor Cardinal?
I want to make an amendment to the motion.
There's no motion on the floor yet, Councilor Cardinal.
Okay.
We're still more delegates.
Okay. All right. Let's wait till later.
Do you have any more questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have James Hackett. And James, you just state your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, please.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
So my name is James Hackett. I'm a lawyer with the law firm of Cooper and Company. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having me this evening. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm used to these being a little bit more sensitive than that. Perhaps I'll have to talk louder. In any event, I'm here today to speak with you on behalf of one of my firm's clients, which is Augustus Holdings Limited. They're the owner of 104 Garden Lane in the Draper area, which was being considered with respect to the voluntary buyout program. Now, the reason why I've been asked by my client to come and speak with you is because we believe that my client's property was one that fell through the cracks of this program, so to speak, due to the unique circumstances that he found himself in. Now, the background to this, I suppose, is my client had purchased this property sometime before the conversations with respect to the buyout were occurring, and he learned, rather unfortunately, that the previous owner of the property did not have a development permit for the property. In order to get those permits and start building a new property and getting everything done, he started taking the necessary steps, had a development permit approved with all the plans, etc. And then council started talking about buyouts. Sometimes there were rumors that it would be mandatory. It was a little bit of uncertainty. And so my client, being prudent and understanding that the area was probably going to go through some changes, halted some of his construction efforts to see what would happen, on the understanding that the plans that he had, based upon what the conversations were about, with what the criteria would be, his prospective home, were it completed, would qualify for the buyout. So we wanted to see what was going to transpire. At the time last year that the buyouts were being offered, The surveyors came out to his property, and rather than assess the plans for his property, they came out and they surveyed the actual property. Now, the state of the property at that time was the basement was dug, the foundation was about to be poured, and the modular home, which was previously there, had been put up on piles. So it was obviously sitting elevated over the land. Now, as I understand it, and mind you, Council, I'm not a construction person by any means, so I may not be saying the right jargon in this respect. The basement level with the floor joists on the completed plans would have qualified, but of course with the elevation with the stilts, it didn't. So the response from administration at that time to my client was, well, you don't qualify for the program. Now, my client did not know what to do. He sought guidance from administration with if there was an appeal process or if there were any other criteria, if there was a way to voice his concerns. And it was quite a delay to get responses and there was no guidance given. Now, fast forward to this year, in March, my office gets involved and Terry Cooper with my office reaches out to administration and says, hey, can you provide us with a copy of the bylaw so we can read it, understand what the criteria were, understand what the application process was, and actually tell our client what happened here because he's having some difficulty understanding. Mr. Cooper and myself both went on the website to try and find the bylaw itself, listing out the application process and if there was any appeal process or any discretion that could be applied. We actually couldn't find it. I looked on the RMWB website just before I came here today and spent probably about, I think it was about an hour and a half trying to find the document to see if there was any of these provisions in there and couldn't locate the document to download it. So I'm not sure if that's an issue of my looking. I think of myself as being pretty tech savvy. I hope I could have found it. But the reason why I raised this is what my client is asking for is an opportunity for his particular circumstances to be considered for his eligibility under the buyout program. Because obviously, and as a previous presenter had said, this is impacting all of these other properties around him. It's changing the nature of the neighborhood. He has a very particular set of circumstances. Now, granted, very different circumstances between my client's situation and the previous presenter, but I think it emphasizes a similar point, which is that because the motion that was brought up last year, the criteria were very brief. There was no technical analysis done other than, you got to be this tall to ride, so to speak. And because there was no gradation and no discretion applied for particular circumstances, a couple of properties fell through, my client being one of them. So what I'd ask you to do is I'm not expecting council to not make a decision and to hold this off indefinitely or for a period of time because I don't think that would be fair to the fact that you guys want to get this project done. But what I would ask is that direction be given to administration to engage with my client and with my office to discuss investigating if his plans for his property that he had started would have qualified and to reconsider the decision for his eligibility under the program so that we can have at least an opportunity to have that discussion and have his position be heard, fully considered, and then we can come before you on whether or not he would qualify for the program. And I understand, of course, we're coming to you at the 11th hour, but one of the issues here is my client did not know where to go to get resources. He was emailing and not getting responses. He was looking online and some things were found, some things weren't. He's been in this community for 4 decades. He's trying to get this stuff done. He's got businesses he's running, so obviously he's a busy guy. And then he gets a lawyer involved, and even the lawyer can't tell him exactly what the criteria are because we weren't sure. So I'm asking you to, in some respects, give us some forgiveness on that, in part because when our office got involved in March, we didn't receive a response back from administration until I believe it was later in April. No, in May, I'm sorry. And the response was we have to get legal involved. And legal is very helpful. Chris was emailing over to our office and we had a discussion with him. That's actually how I found out I needed to appear before you today. But the issue is that that's created more delay. So I'm hoping you can forgive the fact that maybe I'm a little late to the party, so to speak. But that's all I wanted to say. I'm hoping that council will give that opportunity a chance for my client to be reconsidered, perhaps with a little bit more of a fine-tooth comb for his property under the buyout program.
Thank you, James. Do we have any questions for the presenter? Oh, I think we're good. Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks for the presentation to the chair, to the presenter. Was there like photos and everything provided to administration?
So as I through the chair to the councillor, as I understand the situation, what transpired is someone actually came out to his property once, performed the survey, and then told him he did not qualify. And then he emailed in and requested a reconsideration, and they came back and did it again and got the same result. And so from that point, I'm not sure if they took photos at that time. They might have. I don't have any with me today. Of course, in a more formal presentation before you, I suppose, with more notice, I could have gathered those materials for you. But no, I don't have photos, and I don't know if they have them, but perhaps they were taken. That's all I can really say.
So to my understanding, the owner of the lot, you said mobile home put on the lot on structure, wooden structures to bring it up to an elevation?
So perhaps I wasn't entirely clear on this, and this may be my limitations with some of the jargon, but as I understand it, what had happened was the property that was currently there didn't have a development permit when he purchased it. And in order to qualify for it, he had to make adjustments to the property, which included making sure he was over the necessary elevation. So what he did was hired a contractor, I believe, to lift the modular from its foundation, move it, then make the necessary changes to the land, get the basement dug so that he could put it back on the understanding that then it would be where it needed to be. I guess with the plans and the way that the criteria worked out, it still would have fallen within the criteria of the buyout program, even though it was meeting the criteria of the previous development permits. Now, that being said, what really transpired at that point was because his property was still on those stilts and wasn't completed, it was obviously I don't know exactly how high off the ground, but it was a significant amount off the ground. It wasn't intended to be its last resting elevation, is my point. And so when the surveyors came out, they did the consideration based upon essentially a temporary elevation of the building, not where the building would have been if the construction had been completed. And now my client is in this awkward position where if he had just bull rushed into the project, despite the buyout discussion and the uncertainty in the area, and finished it, he would have been qualified for the buyout. But because he said, you know what, I'm going to wait and see what's going to happen in this area and what the council is going to decide. Well, now being prudent and not spending that money and trying to make sure he was having his ducks in a row and knowing that the nature of what he invested in was going to significantly change based upon the decisions you would make with the surrounding properties. Now he all of a sudden doesn't qualify for that buyout program, but also if he finishes the property, he's going to be at risk under the plans that he currently has. So he can't build the home he wanted to have because he's going to have the unnecessary risks that the council has identified and which were identified last year. But he also couldn't qualify for the buyout program because he was in this awkward transition, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Thanks for the explanation. I'm wondering, did this gentleman that you're speaking of come and debate at when we're doing the voluntary buyout?
So Mr. Augustus, from what I understand, he engaged directly with administration, did ask, I believe there was some discussion with them on what the process was and if he could appeal the decision and what happened. And the guidance wasn't given from them. And I don't think he necessarily understood that he could come here and ask for changes to the program to accommodate him, because in his mind, well, if I don't qualify for the program, you're telling me I don't qualify, I don't know what I do from there, and you're not telling me what I should do. I have to deal with the people who are accepting the applications. So I think that was a consideration where perhaps if he had come to me at that point and said, hey, what can I do about this? And I would have said, well, let's go do the public hearings, et cetera. But I don't think he even necessarily knew they were going on and what was happening at that point. I don't know how well publicized they were in that respect, but certainly finding the minutes of what was discussed at any particular meeting now, I had some difficulty even tracking those down. So I'm not sure exactly where everything was located or even what was mailed out to the residents. Because I know some things were sent out by regular mail to them, but I'm not certain exactly what those materials were.
Where's the resident at now and his home? What's?
Oh, Mr. Augustus is still here in Fort McMurray. As I understand it, he bought this property on the understanding that it was going to be his retirement home. He was going to be building it and then moving out there and having family there, et cetera. And then he would be selling some current properties. But he's still living here in the region. He's been here for 4 decades. I believe his children are here. He's got multiple businesses here. He just now has a property that he's not sure what to do with because the plans have changed.
So he doesn't live on the property right now?
He does not live on the property, no, because, well, it's not completed, so to speak. The modular is on stilts, and the basement is dug, but not completed, again, because he paused pending the decision from council on what was going to happen with the buyouts.
I got no more questions. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Do we have any more questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, James. And right now, we're going to take a 5-minute quick recess for council, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Moving on to the motion of Councillor Weigel.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that administration be directed to proceed as follows. Number one, select 3 of the most viable properties for future municipal and community use and demolish the remaining residential buildings, accessory structures, and complete all the related site cleanup of the remaining 6 properties acquired in Draper community through the Voluntary Buyout Program, or VBO. Number 2, manage the demolition process and salvaging materials where reasonable for the purpose of diverting from the landfill. Number 3, complete demolitions by January 31st, 2025, with site cleanup at all 6 properties and conclusion of the VBO program to be completed by June 30th, 2025. And 4, planning and development services appropriately redesign and rezone all 9 properties acquired in Draper to reduce the risk associated with additional residents and structures in the flood hazard zone.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Thank you for the second, Councillor Banjoko. Now, any debate, discussion, or comments from council? I definitely, I think I agree with this motion, Councillor Weigel. I think it's something that kind of takes both our initial intent of our motion when we first passed this for the community, but as well takes into this kind of to make sure we're not being wasteful. And we've seen organizations like Past Due Place and what they do for community. And I've been up there and I know what how they use their space to the fullest extent. And the success stories that come out of that place are numerous. And some of my good friends are still my good friends in the community because of that place. So we're definitely happy to support this motion. Councillor Ball.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, I support this as well. My only concern, I guess, would be is the rezoning piece. If we're not going to keep some of, I think it's 6 properties, I guess, that would get rezoned. If we're not going to keep them and we rezone them to PR or EP, they really have no net value. So, like, I just mean as bare property, because maybe somebody next door might want to purchase the land as, I don't know, somewhere to throw a football around. So I would think maybe we should think of what the zoning should be versus EP or park reserve.
Amanda.
Through the chair, to the comment, I agree. I think that we should be doing more of a comprehensive review of what could be possible on the lands.
Okay. Can we
I don't think we need to. It just says zone it accordingly or something.
Perfect. Then that's what we'll look at. Thanks, Councillor Ball.
It's just that in the discussion they said EP and ER, right? So.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Or PR, sorry.
Councillor Boussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'm just reading Councillor Weigel's motion. Is there any discussion, or was there any discussion about the 2 presenters, Mr. House and James Hackett, on behalf of his client? Is administration going to work with those, or are we shutting the doors on those 2?
I think this evening, Councillor Boussier, we focus on the houses that we're dealing with in the mitigation. But I think there's definitely open to have discussion with these 2 gentlemen, as well as another lady that contacted me, Cheryl Alexander. I think those are 3 places we might have missed. So it's definitely some chance for maybe us, administration, and the residents to sit down after this.
Okay, so are you telling me, Mayor, that administration will work with, obviously you talked to someone and the 2 presenters that spoke this evening?
I'm saying I can sit down, but I can administration speak for themselves. CEO?
Through the chair to the question, this program and the 2 presenters that presented, both of their properties fall outside of the parameters of this program. So I don't think there's really much value in discussing it as part of this program. But maybe there's opportunity to look at it, and maybe if there's some other criteria that would be considered.
Okay, I appreciate that. CO Hunter, I guess my concern is, and I've had these since the get-go, Mr. House references a few things in his report where I believe that we could have done a better job as an organization. I think we missed a few. I don't believe all the information was provided to council to make a decision. So I would hope that you could direct administration and maybe we can look at these two individuals, and the mayor mentioned another person, because I just think we could have done a better job. I don't think the job we did, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, and I'll commit to sitting down with Councillor Boussier. Councillor Cardinal?
Oh, I did want to, thanks, Mayor. This is probably just for information for administration. With the three properties, I guess I'll rely on administration to make sure that the properties are not to go to up for sale or anything, to stick to the not-for-profit sector. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I think maybe you answered the question that you are committing to discussing further the three candidates, Brandon, House, and somebody else.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And not to sound like we're just regurgitating, but I just want to commend Councillor Boussier for bringing that up, and just to follow up to make sure that we do talk to them. Thanks, Mr. Mayor, for doing that.
Thank you. Councillor Stroud?
Are these three properties going to stay in Draper, or are they going to be moved?
My belief is that they would stay where they are, but they won't be residences.
Okay.
Do you have any other comments, questions, or debate points from council? Councillor Cardinal?
I just wanted to say thank you to the ladies that brought this forth, and it's a check mark in our books, and it's a good step forward for the people that are struggling, as well as help out nonprofit organizations. So I'm for this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Do you have any other comments, questions, or debate points from council? I'm not seeing any. So I just want to also thank administration for all the work they did in this program. I know it was an easy road, and it was a lot of work you guys put into it, and you put up with us for a year of questions and comments and different ideas. So we appreciate the work you put into it. That's so I'll call for a vote.
Mayor Bowman, I got my hand up.
Oh, sorry, Councillor McGrath. It wasn't, the light wasn't on.
No. I just meant I got my hand up. I vote yes.
Thank you, sir.
But she won't be able to see my hand.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that one. He voted online. And that's carried 9-4-1 against. So again, thank you, everyone. And moving on to the last one, Councillor Cardinal, you want to take that, rescind that motion, your motion? Yep. I'm just gonna, she wants to.
I made the motion to have a placemaker done for missing and murdered Indigenous woman. I just want to rescind that motion and give it back to the MMIP working committee and have them work on this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. So what do you want to do with these? If don't.
You're looking well rested.
So we have two items that we pulled off the consent agenda. We just need to get those passed by council. Item 8.5, 2025 Community Investment Program Funding Priorities, which I believe we went through when they came forward with the CIP issues. So we just...
Yes, before council, because they were removed from the consent agenda, the motions before you are outlined in the report. So for new 8.5, it's shown on your screens. The motion being requested by administration is that the Community Investment Program 2025 funding priorities be approved, and that report was included in council's consent agenda.
If someone can make that motion. Councillor Grandison?
A motion that the Community Investment Program CIP 2025 funding priorities be approved. That motion.
Thank you. Thanks for a second, Councillor Cardinal. We'll call for vote.
In favor?
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Thank you, Councillor Dogar. And that's carried unanimously. And next item we have is 8.6, 2024 Q1 Capital Project Status Update. Can someone make the motion? Councillor Grandison?
That the capital project status report as summarized on attachment 1 be accepted as information.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Thank you, Councillor Weigel, for the second. We'll call for a vote.
In favor?
Thank you, Councillor Grandison and Councillor Bussier. Councillor Dogar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor, I already voted.
Thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. And that concludes this evening's meeting. Marcy Cho, Kinwes Compton, have a good night. Drive safe. We'll see you in a couple weeks.